Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Clearwater County Regular Council meeting for February 24th, 2026. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:03, and I'd like to welcome all members of council this morning in attendance, along with Clearwater County staff that today will provide us with facts and information so that we can make the best decisions on behalf of the residents and businesses and stakeholders within Clearwater County. I'd also like to welcome members of the public this morning and also any media that are viewing online or in attendance as well. I'd like to ask if there's any council members that would like to indicate any pecuniary or conflicts of interests on today's agenda. If not, we can also identify those as later. And just a reminder that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal, written information provided may be included in public documents as per Access to Information Act, Sections 4 and Protection of Privacy Act, Sections 2, 4, and 5. I'll be looking for a motion or discussion, additions or deletions to today's agenda. If there's no additions or deletions, we'd be looking to adopt today's agenda as presented. Councillor Humphrey makes the motion to adopt today's agenda as presented.
Yes.
Okay. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Going back to the regular council meeting minutes from February 10th, 2026. Has council noted any errors or omissions on those minutes? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt those minutes. Deputy Reeve McKay makes the motion to adopt the February 10th, 2026 regular council meeting minutes. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. And moving in on our agenda here at 4.1, we have a public hearing for Bylaw 25069 for application number 4225 to amend the land use bylaw on page 10 of today's agenda. And I'll call the public hearing to order at 9:05, and I'll explain the process. During this public hearing, members of the public may participate both in person and by virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us, as this process will take longer than a past process as we work through any technical difficulties. During the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether in favor or opposed to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak, with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you're watching the hearing on the council YouTube channel, you mute the YouTube. I have an echo in the room. We'll try this again. Meeting as there's a 30-second delay on the channel. If you're participating via online meeting or via telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back the number that was provided, and we will add you back into the meeting. Firstly, I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and we ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode. Breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then, anyone who is present in person and whomever is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. After that, we will go online and ask if anyone participating virtually would like to speak in favor of the application. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. First, for in-person applicants, and then to online participants. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before I turn it over to staff for background report, we'll take a moment and we'll do a quick round of introductions, and we'll start with Ward 1.
Good morning. My name is Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Hello, Hazel Letman, Ward 2. Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning. Welcome to Council Chambers. Jordan Northcott, Reeve, and Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Morning, Adrian Clark, Planner.
Morning, James Evans, landowner. My son Carter and my wife Tina.
Welcome to Council Chambers. At this time, I'll invite administration to present the background information on this application.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Council. Before you is Bylaw 25/06 to redesignate 8.5 acres from the 8.5 acres of the northeast 936/6 west of the 5th from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. The applicants, James and Christina Evans, currently hold the title to the subject parcel containing approximately 154.96 acres located 3.9 kilometers southwest of the hamlet of Caroline. The applicants made application to redesignate the proposed area. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners intend to proceed with an application for a subdivision to create a separate title to the 8.5 acre parcel. The proposed undeveloped area is located in the southeast corner of the quarter section. The proposed area is described as having undulating topography resulting from a coulee that meanders through the central portion of the proposed redesignation area. Due to this natural feature, the size of the proposed redesignation exceeds the maximum 5 acre allowance for an undeveloped parcel. Approximately 1 acre of developable land has been identified in the southeast corner of the proposed area. The proposed area is not currently being farmed and has not been used for agricultural production. Pockets of trees is located in the northeast portion of the proposed area to be redesignated. Access to the proposed area will be obtained from an approach off of Range Road 6-3, also known as Brunswick Lake Road, adjacent to the east property boundary. A previous approved 5 acre first parcel residential subdivision was created in the northwest corner of the quarter section in 2011. The balance of the quarter is described as predominantly cleared farmland. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from an existing approach off of Range Road 6-3. The surrounding land uses in the area is predominantly agricultural and residential. And the package can go into more details for information for the application. Has council had a chance to review the policies associated with this application? If so, proposed redesignation is for the creation of an 8.5 undeveloped residential parcel in the southeast corner of the subject quarter section. MDP policy section 10.2.4 accommodates larger developed residential parcel where the proposed parcel includes all or part of an existing farmstead, residential amenities and facilities, or subdivision based on fragmentation. However, the proposed redesignation does not include a farmstead and remains undeveloped. As such, the parcel does not comply with the CRA requirements outlined in the land use bylaw for the maximum parcel allowed for undeveloped area is 5 acres. But due to the undulating topography, the landowners has proposed a subdivision of this area. The applicants have indicated that the proposed area has not been utilized in the past or currently for agricultural purposes and is more suitable for residential developments. Upon further review of the subject area, approximately 1 acre of developable land has been identified in the southeast corner of the proposed area, which meets MDP policy 6.2.3 Part B. In accordance with MDP policy 10.2.9, and 10.2.10C, the preferred location of the parcel is to be the lowest quality of land in a quarter section. As a quarter section has a uniform land suitability rating, the proposed area was selected to minimize impact on existing farming operations. As stated, legal and physical access will be from Range Road 6-3, which aligns with MDP policy 10.2.5. And should the land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be considered, the third title out of the quarter section, which will align with MDP policy 10.2.2 and MDP policy 10.2.10C. First reading was given at regular council meeting held on January 13, 2026. Council reviewed bylaw 25/069. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations and representation made at public hearing, today's public hearing, we will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 25/069. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Clark, for the background information on this item. I'd like to invite the applicant to outline any reasons for this application at this time.
We just wanted to make a place for our son to live. My wife has a very nice letter wrote that she would like to read.
Okay.
Good morning, councillors and Reeve. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today and hear why we would like you to consider deviating from your stance on no second parcels out of farmland in this county. Just a quick introduction, I'm Tina Evans, full-time fourth-generation farmer, a passion that has also allowed me to be a stay-at-home mom. My husband, James, part-time farmer, and as we like to joke, he works full-time in the logging industry to support our farming habit. And our son, Carter, who has worked full-time in the logging industry since graduating in 2024. We live on a quarter of land that has been home to the Evans family since 1948, and we are now the custodians of that land since my father-in-law's passing less than a year ago. In May of 2014, we purchased the Northwest 936-6 West, consisting of 154 acres. First parcel was taken out by the previous owners. It has always been our intent to help one of our children put a residence on the parcel in question. I'm sure many of us in this room have been helped in some way get their start in life. Being a farm family, that is not always monetary, but in the form of a piece of unusable land on the farm where you can tuck a mobile home and grow from there. The MPC was invited to do a site visit on February 18th, but due to the frigid temperatures last week, that did not happen. We'd still like the opportunity for a visit by the MPC, as seeing it in person does give a better overview than topographical maps and pictures. As for the proposal of the MPC to have a second parcel adjacent to existing acreage, that is some of our most productive land, and we strongly believe that along with good fences, a little bit of elbow room make for good neighbors. We will not consider relocating the proposed parcel, but are willing to amend the size to 5 acres to fit into the CRA requirements. As we are aware, we can still go ahead and develop a residence without having separate title. However, the financial aspect of that is not practical. Our son would be saddled with a 7.1% interest rate as opposed to a 4%, and limited to only ever putting a mobile home on the property. With that, there also is restrictions of the age of the mobile home and no prospect of putting a permanent outbuildings, for example, a shop. It is Carter's desire to stay in the Clearwater County and contribute to the community that he has known his entire life. He helps on the farm. He has his class 1 for over 2 years, which is very handy at harvest time, allowing him to haul directly to the elevator from the field. It is our farming succession plan to leave it to the next generation. However, we are not at a point in our life to put his name on the full quarter. We are willing to help him out by giving him this unfarmable parcel. The youth of today are our future in farming, and if we do not give them the opportunity to live alongside us and help us, I fear that down the road, you'll only see them come to visit from the life they've made elsewhere to liquidate farms the generations before them have worked so hard to build. I would like to see some fifth-generation farmers in our family. Thank you again for hearing our reasoning and for your support.
Council could look at the paper I handed, so you can see the difference in the cost of the borrowing. And it's like a couple $100,000. That's a couple of years of my son's life given to the bank. And in my opinion, it doesn't change how many people live in the community, whether we're good, bad, or different. It's just $200,000 that he has to pay back and limits his abilities.
Thank you for outlining the reasons for the application. I'd like to ask any council members if they have any questions for the development officer at this time. Councillor Letwin?
Yes, I see a white line squiggling through the proposed acreage. Would that be a water run by any chance?
The water run, spring water runs through there. It does not run other than spring runoff.
Pardon me, sir?
Spring runoff.
Spring runoff? And which direction does it flow?
Across, starts there to the south quarter, goes through the wiggly line across the Burnstick Lake Road and to the east.
To the east, okay. So it comes from the south quarter, flows through your corner of your quarter, over across the road and to the east.
Yeah.
That's right. So if a development was to take place and that water run was blocked, what would happen to the quarter to the south?
We are not.
Would we cause a flooding issue, perhaps?
No.
No?
That is a deep enough draw.
Pardon me?
The draw is very deep, like 20 feet deep. We
Well,
blocked
that
it
water
up.
run draw is 20 feet deep?
Yeah,
John, I can pull up the contours.
like it's,
Well, that would be under Environment Canada, wouldn't it?
well, just see how sharp the draw is, so you can see the topography. That's why I wish you guys could have come and seen it. Like it slopes and slopes and slopes. From the top of the hill where we want to build to the bottom, there's easily 20 feet of difference in elevation.
Okay.
So like, I mean, and we don't want to put anything, I don't know if you can move the mouse to the southeast corner, you know, on the flatter part there. That's the draw. Back there, that's where we would like to build. The rest of that is, it is what it is. It's useless land. It grows gophers real well. He wants to build his house up there on the flat. And on the other side of the draw, on the red line, he'd like to plant some trees to keep the farm noise and whatever out. Just wants to make a hedge around it. We're more than happy to have 5 acres. There's 8 acres of useless land there. 1 acre to build a site on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, at this time, Mr. Clark, I'd like to invite you to present any comments received from any referral agencies.
Thank you, Reeve. Comments was received from Alberta Health Services. They have no objections to the proposal. They just indicated proper setback requirements for septic system and for proximity to any water. Alberta Transportation Economic Corridor, they provided they acknowledge the circulation of the above noted proposal. Transportation Economic Corridor is a primary concern with protecting the safety and efficiency operation of provincial highways, infrastructure, and planning for future needs of the highway. Their comments, they have no objections, and they included their standard comments with that pursuant to section 6.18 of the MGA, They expect the municipality to comply with all the related items related to provincial highways. Comments were received from Blue Mountain Power Co-op. They had no objections to the proposed land use amendments. Clearwater County Assessments, if approved, assessments would like the applicants that the subdivision will be assessed under a residential class. Clearwater Public Works Operations had reviewed the application to amend the land use bylaw. Public Works Operations indicate that the proposal needs an approach to be built to county standards. Public Works Infrastructures has reviewed the proposal. Public Works has indicated that the access will need to meet the sightline requirements. Fortis Alberta has no concerns regarding the proposed land use amendments. Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on February 18, 2026. MPC defeated the motion that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the land use amendment application 42/25. Reasons provided, parcel is undeveloped, the parcel is not abutting existing residential parcel or existing residence, as per MDP policy 10.2.10D. The parcel is larger than 5 acres for an undeveloped parcel, as per as for land use bylaw policy 11.3. Rocky Gas Co-op had no objections with the proposed land use amendments. TELUS at this time has no concerns with the proposed activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I'd like to invite the applicant to add any comments in support of this application or respond to any of the agency comments.
Just a low-hanging fruit that we're trying to do right by our son with.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to invite any members of the public wishing to speak in favor who are in attendance and in person at the meeting today, if they would like to be able to speak in favor of this application. Good morning and welcome to Council Chambers.
Good morning, thank you for having us. Thank you. Good morning, Reeve and members of council. Our names are Philip and Jeanette Kearney, and we currently own the acreage off of the quarter section in the northwest corner. First of all, I would like to say that James and Tina have been amazing neighbors since the time that they bought the balance of the quarter. They have garnered wonderful working neighborly relationships. We have a healthy relationship with them. They actually called us before they even made application to do this subdivision, which we really appreciated. And like they said earlier, a little bit of elbow room also makes for good neighbors and communication, and we have that with them. We have a wonderful relationship. So we clearly want to state this morning that we do not oppose the subdivision. We oppose the proposed placement beside our parcel. Both of the northwest and southeast corners offer similar access and utility servicing, as we've already heard. An approach would need to be constructed in either location. There is no servicing or infrastructure advantage to placing the new acreage directly adjacent to ours. However, there is a significant land use difference between the two locations. The land immediately adjacent to our property on the northwest corner is viable agricultural land. The southeast corner, due to its topography, is not farmable and represents a natural subdivision point within that quarter section. From a planning and agricultural preservation standpoint, it is more consistent with responsible rural land use principle to locate the new subdivision on land that is not suitable for farming rather than fragmenting productive agricultural land. Over the past 12 years that we have owned our parcel, we have diligently worked to transform our acreage from bare hayland into what it is today. We have invested significant time, resources, and care into building and improving the property with the understanding that it is surrounded by agricultural land. The proposed placement directly beside ours would fundamentally alter that setting. It is also important to note that we and the quarter owners, James and Tina, are in agreement in the southeast corner being the most logical and appropriate location. We respectfully request that council consider preservation of productive agricultural land, avoidance of unnecessary fragmentation of viable farmland, compatibility with established residential use, and logical, orderly development within the quarter section. When access and servicing are equal, and one corner contains viable farmland, while the other is a natural, unfarmable break in the quarter, we believe the responsible choice is clear. We respectfully ask council to exercise its discretion and approve the southeast corner as the location for the proposed subdivision. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application that are in attendance this morning? I'm seeing none. I'd like to invite any comments from any member of the public who are in attendance virtually wishing to speak in favor of the application. Ms. Thompson, do we have any members of the public?
Thank you, Reeve. No members of the public are present this morning.
Okay, so there are no members of the public online. Before moving on, are there any written submissions in favor of this application? Mr. Clark.
Yes, we've received written submissions in favor of this application. A phone call was received from Oral and Dan Paul. They are an adjacent landowner. They are located northeast of the subject quarter. During the phone call, they indicated that they have no concerns with the proposed subdivision and no concerns or objections with the proposed subdivision. An email of support was received from Ken Pengelly, an adjacent landowner. They are located southwest of the subject quarter section. This email was sent out to all of council. I could read the email, or would you prefer if I just summarize some of the key points?
I think if you were to summarize it with some key points, that'd be adequate.
To summarize the email, they stated that they have no objections with the proposal. They stated the reason for their support is that the landowners are not making any money off the acreage. They're just trying to provide an additional home for their family member. Those are the only comments received. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. And at this time, I'd like to invite any comments from any members of the public who are in attendance in person at the meeting here this morning wishing to speak in opposition to the application. I'm seeing no members of the public who are in attendance this morning in the gallery, so I will move on to. Oh, sorry, James. You have another letter. Please go ahead. And this is in favor of the application. Okay.
Thank you. This is from Brian. I just wanted to let you know that I'm in full support of James and Christina's proposed acreage. I'm a near neighbor acreage owner at 164 Eagle Ridge Drive. In my opinion, that piece of land proposed is the best suited for an acreage and not useful for cropland due to its topography on the quarter section, on the corner location. I drive by it every day and have always thought it should be an acreage. And she also said, feel free to contact. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you again for the letter
Yes.
of support for this application. Moving on in the process here for the public hearing. Moving on to any members of the public who are in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Ms. Thompson, do we have any members of the public online?
No members of the public are online.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Mr. Clark, do we have any written submissions opposing this request?
No written submissions were received.
Okay, and at this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to present any final closing remarks.
All our friends and neighbors seem to be okay with us doing this. Not argue the right or wrong of every quarter having a parcel or second parcel. I'm just asking about our specific one. It's natural. We're more than happy to go back to 5 if that makes the council happier, sees it better. There's 8 acres there that my son could live on, and he has a title. He'll save 2 years of every cent he makes in interest. That's all we're asking for.
Okay, thank you for the comments. If there's no further comments, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. And we will move into second and third reading if you have additional comments or questions at that time, or you can, if you have a comment or question right now, Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
These are never easy, but it seems like a lot of the concern is with regards to saving on building, right? It's to lower the cost. I'm not sure where you went to talk to, and I'm not advertising for any bank at all, but the credit union in town is offering the lower rate of 4.2 on ag lending as well.
Right, and he doesn't have a title. So all he can do is borrow for a mobile, and then you have to go through CMHC at 7%.
I see what you're saying.
Okay, if he has a title, we can shop it around and we can maybe do better than. With no title, he can just borrow for the mobile, and that is CMHC, and that is 7%.
Okay, I just wanted to get some clarity on that. And then secondly, with regards to the size, if it was to just stay.
Deputy Reeve McKay, I think at this time, we'll go into second and third reading. We'll have additional questions at that time, but I think we'll close the public hearing at this point in time. And no motions will be entertained at this time. So, but we will move on in today's agenda, down to item 5.1, which is on page 28 of today's agenda, which is consideration of second and third readings for bylaw 25069 for application number 4225 to amend land use bylaw. And I'd like to invite administration to provide the background information on this agenda item.
Thank you, Reeve. The purpose of bylaw 25/069 is to amend Clearwater County bylaw number 25/050 to redesignate 8.5 acres of the northeast 936/6 west of the 5th from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda from the public hearing for further details. Our regular council meeting held on January 13th, 2026, council received and gave first reading to bylaw 25/069. In accordance, as required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 25/069. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. At this time, I'll open up the floor for comments or questions from council, and I know Deputy Reeve McKay, you did have some comments or questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. I just had one question with regards to the size of the acreage. If it was to stay on the southeast portion of that coulee, do we know how many acres the result of that would be?
We can have the southeast corner and draw it up however you guys feel is most logical.
Yeah, I'm just curious if planning could help us with the.
So the southeast corner of the coulee, that'll be approximately 2 acres.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other comments, questions from council? Or we'd be looking for a motion at this time, either grant. Councillor Humphrey.
My question on this is one that we weren't able to get out and look at it with the weather. MPC wasn't able to get out and look at it. And I wonder, like, we looked at all the pictures and everything that was there, and I just wondered if it's something that actually should be taken a closer look at. I just, I don't know, this is
Okay, so what I'm hearing from those comments, Councillor Humphrey, is that you'd like to postpone this, possibly postpone this item and refer back to the Municipal Planning Commission to complete a site visit? Yes. Okay, so that's, thank you for the comments, Councillor Humphrey. Councillor Letwin? No? No comments, okay, sorry. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
I would just like to echo support for Councillor Humphrey's comment regarding the fact that MPC did not have a chance to visit the property, and it may be, there may be information that we're missing, not seeing it in person. So I don't know if it's appropriate to make a motion at this time.
Absolutely, at this.
To direct administration to postpone the second and third readings until such time that MPC has had a chance to visit the property physically.
Okay, so I do see some comments from some other councillor members. Are you making a motion then to postpone this agenda item and refer back to Municipal Planning Commission for a site visit?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay. Councillor McCauley.
I would echo the other councillors' request for MPC to have a peek at the property, but my question, I guess, would be to council, if this is even allowed. Is this something that council would be entertaining as a, additional home site? Because if they're not willing to entertain it, why are we referring it back to MPC? It's just a waste of everyone's time.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor McCauley. Deputy Reeve, or Councillor Cermak, sorry.
Thank you, Reeve. I drive by this place probably 100 times in a year. I do a lot of hunting out in that area. I drive my quad out there. I've actually cleaned the ditches along in here. That farm, that land that he wants to take out, that 8 acres, I have walked that ditch and picked garbage in there for the county. I do it for the museum. We get paid for it. I'm a member of the museum. It's totally not farmable, and I think it's appropriate that the MPC sees it. But with all the adjacent landowners that have already put in letters saying that they approve that because it is not farmable land. Ken Pengelly, I know him personally. He is a farmer that believes in keeping farmland. And if Ken is willing to back these people, I'm willing to back Ken Pengelly and all the other neighbors that are adjacent landowners to this. I will go along with the MPC coming and going out and taking a look at it. And I'm sure you will come back if you go and walk that property with exactly the same feelings I have, that it is not farmable. That 8 acres is too steep to farm. I'm sure that you could roll a tractor on it pretty easily. So I think what it's suited for, and we're going to keep a generational farmer on the farmland that it won't go anywhere else. And we've added another good person to a fantastic county. So I will get off my soapbox. I think we should pass it today, but if you want to go to MPC, I'm in favor of that too. Thank you.
Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, furthermore, from what Deputy Reeve, McKay has said, and, I'm sorry, but if we took out that water run and just had that small corner acreage, 2.5 acres or whatever it would that be adequate for, a mobile home, et cetera? Because the maximum is like 5 acres theoretically, but it doesn't mean that we can't go smaller than and leave the water run with the agricultural piece of property. Is that an option?
Do whatever you guys feel is best. We just want to
Well, I'm just
place,
wondering because you've got to put the well, you've got to put the sewer, you've got to do all those things, the infrastructure.
you will have to speak to that. I'm not savvy to all the rules and setbacks. I would have to get the paper.
I was just wondering if that would be a consideration,
Yes.
possible consideration.
We would consider 5 acres. I think would give you more room to, like, yeah,
But without the obstruction of the water run is what I'm saying.
right.
Yeah, and just keep it on the high side where you
Yeah.
plan on building anyway.
If
And
you
then
could
leave
keep
the
it
water
on,
run with the agricultural piece of property.
keep it on the south side of the water run, whatever that
Yeah,
amount.
that's what I'm saying, yeah, and then
Yeah.
that smaller acreage, because just because it says 5 acres or 7 acres doesn't mean that you can't have a 1 acre parcel, right?
Right,
Or a 2 acre or 2.5 or whatever it works out to.
And our own counter with that, our logic. So you'd like to plant some trees on the other side of the water run, just to make it more his, right? Like a nice hedge down the red line, of trees that are his, that no one can ever say they need to cut down or whatever, right? And that's all he wanted to do with it.
Well, they're on the south side of the water run, the trees, by the looks of that map anyways. And
Right,
you know,
he's staying on the north side of the
Yeah.
water run,
Yeah,
and if it makes it better, we're fine with being on the south side. But that was our logic behind the larger parcel, was he could have a nice hedge on the north side of the water run. Is that water?
oh, so the building site would be on the north side of the water?
No, south.
South side.
Just
Yeah, so
plant a
if
nice
we're-
hedge.
everything south of the water run, that would be.
Yeah, it
okay
would
then.
work.
Yeah.
Our only thought was that, was the north side, you'd have a nice
Yeah.
hedge, walk out,
Yeah,
a little more wind and whatever.
And is that water run enough to worry about?
pardon me?
Does that water run, does it even have a culvert on the other side of the road, Dad?
It's got a culvert under the road, but it's just spring runoff.
I do see that Ms. Gillen would like to offer some comments at this
No, thank
time,
you.
so go ahead, Ms. Gillen, please.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that in the land use bylaw, depending on the zoning that was chosen, there are minimum size requirements for parcels. And we also require a minimum area of 1 acre of developable land, not including setbacks. We do need to ensure, even if the size is reduced, that we are meeting those requirements as well.
Thank you, Ms. Gillen. We do have a motion on the floor. Motion is to postpone this agenda item and refer back to the Municipal Planning Commission for a site visit. Is there any additional discussion on the motion that's on the floor? Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Ms. Gilman, can you give us those setbacks for that highway? That would take up, how much land would that take up from the center line? How far back from that paved road would that be?
The setbacks from the road are generally 50 meters from the center line of the road, so it does take away usually a little bit of the land adjacent to the road, and then there are side and rear yard setbacks as well from adjacent property boundaries, so we just need to ensure that we're meeting those and have developable area within that. So that's just something I wanted you guys to consider.
So you're saying that this may have to go on the other side of the waterway just to fit the setbacks?
Or like following
The following
following
the
it
water.
possibly to meet the minimum, but we would have to do some measurements, but
Yeah.
if it's postponed, we can definitely kind of look into that for MPC and further council meetings as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna keep, for the essence of time and efficiency in council chambers, are there any additional comments regarding to the motion that is on the floor, which is to postpone this agenda item and refer back to the MPC? Does anybody want to amend that motion or have further discussion specifically to the motion that is on the floor? If not, I will call it. Do you have comments related to the motion on the floor, Councillor Surma?
Yes, I would like it read back. I want to understand exactly what the motion is.
The motion is to postpone this agenda item, refer back to the Municipal Planning Commission for a site visit.
To get proper setbacks and dimensions.
A lot of that information, if you'd like to have some of that, you can request it from administration at whenever you'd like. And that information can be presented to Municipal Planning Commission at that time. I'd like to keep discussion focused on the motion for efficiency of time, please. Is there, seeing no other discussion, no other lights, no indications, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much for coming into council today. Moving on in today's agenda. We'll move into item 5.2, which is first reading of Bylaw 25077 for application number 0326 to amend the land use bylaw, and it is on page 33 of today's agenda. And welcome to council chambers, Mr. Maxwell. Before we begin, we'll do a quick round of introductions, and we'll start with Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Morning, Hazelnut One, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 Councillor.
Good morning, Mr. Maxwell. Jordan Northcott-Reeve and Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Welcome, Ryan Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Morning, Lauren Humphrey, Ward 7 Councillor. Morning.
Good morning, Vic. Kim, Manager Planning.
Morning, Vic. Rick Emmons, CEO.
Morning, Vic. Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Good morning and welcome to council chambers. I'd like to invite administration at this time to present the background information on this agenda item.
Thank you, Reeve. Northcott, good morning, Council. Edward Barnard Professional Corporation, as well as Annegret Coates Professional Corporation, currently hold title to the Southwest 438-4 west of the 5th, containing 154 acres. The property is located just east of the Evergreen Community Hall. Vic Maxwell, on behalf of the landowners, has made application to redesignate 5 acres in the southwest corner of the quarter from Ag to CRA. The proposed developed 5-acre CRA parcel is described as gently rolling land. It's surrounded by a shelter belt and contains approximately 1.5 acres of naturally wooded area in the northern portion. The proposed parcel contains a residence, barn, and 7 accessory buildings. A second older residence is also located within the proposed parcel boundaries. However, it is being used as an accessory building for storage. The applicants have indicated that the existing services on the property include a water well and septic field. Access to the proposed parcel would be obtained from Range Road 4-4 adjacent to the west property boundary. The balance of the subject land can be described as cleared pasture land. The first residential parcel was taken off and registered in 2014 in the south central portion of the quarter. There are a few well sites located in the western portion and central portion of the quarter, as well as a few pipelines that cross through the quarter. Access to the remainder can be obtained from existing accesses off of Range Road 4-4 and Township Road 38-0. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly agricultural with a few residential parcels. Pending the results of the land use amendment, the applicant will proceed with the subdivision process to create separate title to the proposed 5-acre parcel. The applicant is present and is able to speak to the proposal. If council has no concerns with any of the any of the policy regarding subdivision, perhaps I'll just move right into policy considerations.
Go ahead, Mr. Bisson, please.
All right. So policy considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 5-acre residential parcel in the southwest corner of the quarter. Legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the balance of the quarter section exists. Staff have reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with policy, with MDP policy 10.2.2. It is our recommendation that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 26-077 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for the background information, Mr. Bisson. At this time, we'll open up the floor for discussion from council members, questions, comments, or a motion. Mr. Maxwell, do you have any comments or any information you'd like to provide?
All right. The folks that own this quarter section own three quarter sections in that area and farm it with other people on shares. They also own cattle. They both live in Red Deer, as they're both doctors in the Red Deer Hospital. He's the anesthetist in Red Deer Hospital. They can't live on their land. They can't live more than 10 minutes away from the Red Deer Hospital because of their jobs. This building site is an old building site, has about a house on it which is probably close to 100 years old, which is not in use. That old house is used for storage. When he bought the land approximately 12 or 13 years ago, he put in a mobile home and used an existing lagoon, which you can see in the aerial. Just to the east of the acreage, you'll see a dark green spot. That was a lagoon. He approached me last summer. I went and looked at it. Told him that the first thing we'd have to do is take the lagoon out of service and put in a proper septic field. He contracted a plumber and put in a septic tank and a septic field for the mobile home that was there. The old home is just used for storage. And where the lagoon is now part of the field, it's farmed again. But it doesn't, this aerial is old, it doesn't show it should not show that spot, but it does. The ground in this acreage has a significant low area, which is sort of separates that small area of wooded area around the old house. There is a barn there, but that old barn is right on the edge of a low area, which is on the west boundary, and that the yellow arrow in your picture sort of points to that low area. It's so right in there, yes. That area sort of is just, it's sort of poor pasture. It's wet, but it is usable pasture for hobbying or something. It is grass. It's not a water course. It's just a little bit of a low area there.
Do you have any further comments, Mr. Maxwell? Thank you.
Does anybody have any other questions?
I see Deputy Reeve McKay has a comment or question. Please go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. More of a comment, I guess. I'd just like to share that during my canvassing for election, it was made clear that members of the community did not approve of professional corporations purchasing land and subdividing it for profit, which appears to be exactly what's going on in this case. And that this property, if left intact, would make an excellent place for some young family to start their own farm. And if we remove that yard site, that's no longer a possibility. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Deputy Reeve. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yeah, can you? I'm just wondering why it's this design and why it wouldn't have gone straight and what that is right there.
Well, these folks are farmers, but they're doctors. They're professional. The professional corporation is, don't ask me the ins and outs of tax laws, but they can't combine farm income and the income from their practices, which is why they have the professional corporations. They're each doctor. She has a private practice in Red Deer, and he's the anesthetist at Red Deer Hospital, as I've stated. They own this, they've had this land, I would think, almost close to 15 years. And they have 2 other quarter sections besides, and they run cattle. In that, the area where the jog is where there's a livestock handling facility there.
Right there.
Right in that area. There's working chutes and corrals, and that is used for their own stock. And they have no intention of selling the land, nor do they have an intention of selling their cattle. But they have enough area for those cattle. They use that wooded area for shelter, and where to the west of the well site, you see the well site that is farther north, that timbered area, that's the area that the cattle use for shelter. Or over farther to the east, you'll see where there's a dugout. East of the lettering, there's a dugout in the trees. And there's good shelter there. And they have no intention of selling the rest of the land, and they have no intention of selling the working area where they work their cattle.
I just wonder why they would have gone out into from where the houses are, and I see there's a couple of granaries there, and why the boundary is to the east of those instead of following
That's because I told them that they would have to, first thing that they have to do is do something about the lagoon, because the lagoon was not acceptable. And so they took the lagoon out of service and filled it in. It's now part of the field. In the area, the 2 granaries are still to be moved off because it was done late last summer, and in the fall, there's 2 steel bins there which should be moved over onto the quarter. They won't stay on the acreage, but that area is where the septic laterals lie in there in a north-south manner. Yep. in that jog that you can see. Over to the north, where I pointed out to you originally, was too low an area to put in a proper septic field.
That explained my question right there, Vic. Thank you very much. I was wondering why it did that, and that's because where the septic laterals are running.
There are 3 long septic laterals, which are just east of the grain bins, and lie and they run towards the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Got a question for administration, specifically related to this. When first reading is passed, will it proceed to Municipal Planning Commission to do a site visit, and maybe a lot of those details, whether it's septic or buffers, or those items would be discussed during Municipal Planning Commission?
Yes, it will, Reeve, Northcott.
Okay, so if there's questions, any more questions related to this item or motion to proceed to first reading? Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Yes, you mentioned that these healthcare professionals have to live within a certain distance of Red Deer. What was that distance again?
He has to be no more than he has to be no more than 2 minutes, but he personally told me that there were times when he had to be at the hospital within 2 minutes. He is the chief anesthetist at the Red Deer Hospital.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering how they have time to farm and raise cattle and everything while they're so important with the medical profession.
He has people that do all the farming for him on shares, but he's part of the farming and he owns his own cattle. And they take care of his cattle also on shares.
On shares, okay.
Yeah.
So they don't actually physically participate in agriculture unless they're on holidays.
Well,
Because it's on shares.
both of them have farm backgrounds and are very involved from day to day, but they live in Red Deer, that's true.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay, so we have a proposal here for first reading for land use amendment on the agenda. Looking for a motion to proceed on this item.
Jobs like farming is, there are a lot of things. When you own 3/4 of land and you own livestock, he does all of his own fencing. He's out there all the time on a personal basis on his land. Very interested in the land. I've seen him out with his kids on these quarters. He takes the kids out to hunt deer and all on his own land. There's no intention of marketing the land, but there has been a renter in that mobile home that he put there at that old building site. There has been a renter in that, and the renters have been in there 10 or 12 years at least when he put that mobile home in there. I sold him the property originally, and I think it has to be very close to 15 years ago. And renters come and go, and this building site could be taken care of by somebody who owned it in a much better manner than it is taken care of. But there has been, I have known personally two of the renters, but renters renters are always renters and they move on. So he just feels that the building site would be taken care of better by somebody who owned it.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. I'm going to make the motion for first reading to bylaw 26077. And I would offer any additional comments from council members related to the motion on the floor. Councillor Shermack, go ahead, please.
Yes, Vic, I'd like to know why you proposed that particular shape. Why not butt it up against the other acreage and keep it more in line, straight east sort of thing, instead of going to the north? Because that's good farmland, and he didn't want to sacrifice any good farmland. We actually, the septic field took more than he wanted, but put in a proper septic field, you do need a little bit of area, and that's what's in that area. He didn't want. He wants that. That's part of that. That's an alfalfa field there that had that lagoon in it. The lagoon has been put back into growing alfalfa, and he didn't want to give up. He didn't want to give up as much as he did give up. So where it angles across there, why not just go straight east or straight west out to the road there and make it 3 acres instead of 5? That's a possibility. That would likely be acceptable to him. It's just that there is a barn, and there is a couple of horse pens and so forth at that old barn. The barn could be, if somebody owned it who had use for the barn, somebody could have 1 or 2 horses there, and it was just to make the parcel a CRA parcel is what he's interested in. it's not like it's close to any, this location is, I didn't actually figure out the amount, but it's not close to any town. Like it's out in the country. It's not even close to a school. The closest school would be Condor, I guess. So country residential parcels are a bit more saleable if they're close to some center, but this is an ag district. I think that the parcel is more usable as a CRA parcel than as a CR parcel.
Well, personally, I've seen that this council is more apt to take a smaller parcel than a larger one, and I don't see the advantage. I mean, if you take that line across to the road to the west, you'd still have the barn in there.
Yes.
And everything, and you'd be at 3 acres probably, or less.
I believe that would be acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cermak, I know that there's a lot of the details that are being asked will be referred back, and a lot of those details will be included from the Municipal Planning Commission. Are there any other questions or comments related to first reading to bylaw 26077, the motion that is currently on the floor? If not, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. I'll ask those opposed. Okay, that motion is passed. Thank you. At this time, we'll take a quick recess till 10:20. Okay, thank you back. Welcome back from our recess. Moving on in today's agenda at item 5.3, it's first reading of bylaw 26078, amendments to the Municipal Development Plan, bylaw 113222, and it is on page 51 of today's agenda. And I'd like to invite Ms. Gillum to present this item.
Thank you. So on November 12th, there was a motion by Deputy Reeve Drew McKay. The council directed administration to prepare a bylaw to amend the municipal development plan. At the time, administration addressed that we are currently working with two municipal development plans, one for Caroline and one for Clearwater County. They are being reviewed in order to combine them into one document. Administration will have recommendations based on this review on policies that may need to be added or changed within the existing Clearwater MDP to make it work for the municipality as a whole. Additionally, council can make any additional changes they wish to see in the document. During the November 12th meeting, there was significant discussion about possible changes to be considered in the document, specifically regarding section 10, subdivision of land. Although administration has not yet completed the combined document, it was understood that these changes needed to be considered and made to the MDP in a timely manner. Additional changes to the MDP proposed by administration based on the combination of documents will be brought at a later date. Administration is presenting bylaw 26078 for first reading today for amendments to the Municipal Development Plan bylaw 113222. The proposed amendments to the bylaw are attached to this agenda item for council's review and consideration, with possible additional amendments to be made prior to first reading. The suggested amendments are made based on the discussion between members of council during that meeting. A summary of the proposed changes are as follows. Delete 10.2.2 as written and reword to allow one residential parcel per quarter section. Delete 10.2.3 as written and add the possibility of fragmented parcels by road, rail, and water course or water body claimed by the Crown. Reword 10.2.7 to address multi-lot residential or subdivisions outside of policies 10.2.1 through 10.2.3. Delete 10.2.8 and delete images in figure 6 that show second residential parcels out. Administration requests further direction to the proposed amendments to section 10 of the MDP and for council to consider first reading of bylaw 25078 with or without amendments. And then, yes, of course, I have attached the bylaw, and then I have listed that again, like the deletion of those policies and then the reworded portions of those policies as mentioned in my summary. And has council had a chance to review those, or do you have questions or things you would like to consider or change?
Deputy Reeve McKay has a comment or question. Please go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. With regards to 2.2 of the bylaw presented, the deletion of 10.2.3, I'm just wondering if we can clean up that language. I had to read that a few times to really sort of wrap my head around it. Like, could we not just refer directly to the fact that we're talking about a fragmented parcel rather than the balance of the quarter section by a developed, et cetera, criteria, or at least include the phrasing? If there is a fragmented parcel that is still rated agriculture, it may be considered for subdivision, something along those lines?
Yeah, we could definitely try to reword it just like, so you want it to say specifically like fragmentation in that, the new 10.2.3?
Well, we're describing fragmentation as the only criteria, but we don't actually use the word.
Fragmentation, yeah. I guess like that's the tricky part about making the amendments here and not in the document, because it would be, there's kind of title stuff beside them in the document that indicate kind of what it's for as well, but we can definitely clarify that within the policy itself as well. Yeah.
Okay, do you have any further questions, Deputy Reeve? No, okay, so I'd be looking for a motion. This really is opening, first reading would be able to proceed to a public hearing and possibly have amendments to the municipal development plan. So I'd be looking for a motion to proceed with first reading of the bylaw, or Deputy Reeve McKay, please.
Thank you. I would make the motion that council grants first reading of bylaw 25078 for the purpose of amending Clearwater County's MDP plan, bylaw 113222, and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you for the motion. And seeing no further discussion or comments from council, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you, Ms. Gillum, for presenting that item. Moving on to item 6.1 in today's agenda, planning and development operational budget reallocation. And it is on page 56 of today's agenda, and I'll pass it over to administration to present this item.
Thank you. So during the regular council meeting, the last one on February 10th, council made a motion to postpone first reading of Bylaw 25068 to repeal the development nodes, area structure plans, and a further motion to direct administration to conduct further public engagement regarding the ASPs. Administration is requesting a budget reallocation from contingency to the planning and development budget in the amount of $10,000 to properly advertise and host additional engagement sessions as requested. Additionally, based on discussions with council, administration requested a quote from a contractor to work with council to review and provide feedback on the land use bylaw and municipal development plan. Administration is requesting a budget reallocation from contingency to the planning and development budget in the amount of $30,000 for the additional contracted services required for this request. And then, yeah, I've kind of broken it down a little bit in the staff recommendation for you there.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. On this agenda item for the public engagement, will there be an opportunity for residents of the community to complete some sort of a survey or be able to provide input or comments during this public engagement, or will it just be visual presentation to the community?
Nope, there's a variety of things. We were trying to get it done, but we didn't quite complete the public participation plan for this meeting, so we'll bring it to the next one. We've been working with communications to put that together for this project, which will kind of lay out what we intend to do for that public engagement, including kind of the engagement sessions, but the surveys, social media, newspapers, things like that. So we will have further detail on that at the next meeting.
Okay, I just wanted to
but
really
there will
ensure
be
that there's an
a
opportunity
variety
for
of
residents to be able
ways,
to provide comments and input. And
yes.
Thank you. Are there any further discussions on this item? Motions? Councillor Humphrey?
Yes, I make a motion that council approves the budget adjustments as presented.
Thank you very much for the motion, Councillor Humphrey. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? Ms. Gillum, do you have comments?
Just from before.
Thank you. No?
That council approves budget adjustment, decreasing contingency by 40,000 and increasing planning and develops operating budget for contracted services for 37 and increasing their budget for materials and supplies by 3,000.
Okay, thank you for the clarity on the motion.
You're welcome.
Ms. Serhan. Councillor Cermak.
I just was wondering about that clarification. And also, do you have a figure on how much we spent on the first round when we did ASPs on this? Do you have any best guess?
No, I'm not entirely sure how much we spent for the public engagement side of things. For that, we just had an overall budget kind of for the project itself, but we could definitely look into the overall cost that we used for advertising and rentals of the halls. But I would suspect it would have been like a similar cost for the actual like in-person sessions and some of the materials, but there was a lot of other work as well, so.
So we've already spent in excess of 40, you would say?
No, sorry, that would just be the like $10,000 to $15,000 that we would have spent for the engagement session part of it specifically, not including staff time, just the rentals of the halls and the materials and things of that nature.
And the consultant that we had go out and look over all the land, will that be brought back too?
Sorry?
The consultant that went out and looked over all the land, will that be brought back in this session?
Will the consultant be brought back?
Or will his information be brought back?
Oh yeah, I mean, there was all of our information too. He worked in conjunction with our administration for that project, so yes, all that information is available.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so there's an opportunity for council to either approve, at this point in time, approve additional public engagement regarding the area structure plans at Saunders, Lexo, and White Goat development nodes, or not. So We do have a motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Moving on to item 6.2, which is Public Works Operations. 6.2.1, Regional Solid Waste Service Agreement Review on page 58 of today's agenda. And I'd like to invite administration to present this item. If they're not here right at this point in time, we can move on. Maybe, yeah, what about the CAO report? Would that be adequate, Mr. Emmons? Would you be willing, or? Okay, we'll move on to CAO report, which is 7.1. It's on page 190. And then we'll come back to item 6.11. Mr. Emmons, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Eve Northcott. Good morning, Council. The February 24th, 2026 CAO report, Nordic Mine Site Building Grants. Clearwater County submitted 2 applications for grant funding to assist with the rehabilitation costs at the Brazo Collieries mine site located in Nordig. The total amount applied for is $364,399 to $300,000 from Parks Canada. Under the National Cost Sharing for Heritage Placements Funding Stream and $64,399 from the Alberta Heritage Preservation Partnership Program. If successful, funding received will be utilized for construction in 2026 on buildings 33 and cleaning and testing of the plant. Proposed work will consist of foundational repair, cladding replacement, column repair, grading, shoring, and slab undermining. The Alberta Muni's Resolution Priorities Family and Community Support Services, FCSS funding. Family and Community Support Services is a uniquely Alberta program that helps prevent social issues from becoming crises. FCSS is an 80-20 funding partnership between the province, provincial government, participating municipalities, and Métis settlements. Despite Alberta growing by nearly 1 million, an average annual inflation rate of 2.25% over the past decade, provincial funding has remained largely unchanged. Based on an active resolution, Alberta Municipalities, Alberta Munis, is calling on the province to increase funding to reflect this growth of 162 million annually and index it going forward. This is one of Alberta Munis' top 3 priorities for 2026 provincial budget. With the 2026 budget expected at the end of the month, attached is a link for the advocacy toolkit to support local efforts. And that is the end of the CAO report.
Thank you very much for your CAO report, Mr. Emmons. Are there any comments or questions for CAO from council members? Councillor Cermak.
Mr. Evans, can you enlighten me on what building is building 33?
Building 33, I believe, without the map handy, Councillor Cermak, is down by the briquette plant.
Is it part of the briquette plant?
It is that's location where it's been undermining the pilings, heavy erosion, so repairing that retaining wall.
Because all the heavy machinery is in that building and it needs the support to keep it there.
That and actually the soil stabilization, it truly is a coal dust that lies all around there. So the undermining potential is quite high.
Will that amount of money, will that stabilize that? Or are we gonna have to spend a little bit more?
The cost estimate is expected to stabilize.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
If there's no further questions at this time, I'd be looking for motion to accept the CAO report for information. Councillor Cermak makes a motion to accept the CAO report for information. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is passed. Going back in our agenda to item 6.2.1, Regional Solid Waste Service Agreement Review, and I'd like to invite Mr. Williams to present this item.
Good morning, and thank you, Reeve Northcott. For today's presentation, we're just talking about the Regional Solid Waste Services Agreement Review. And attachments, the staff's recommendation is that council review and discussion at their discretion approve the draft amended and restated Regional Solid Waste Services Agreement as presented, which was previously brought forward on the February 2nd, 2026 Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee meeting for consideration. Some of the background on the solid waste agreement, it was upon dissolution of the regional services that the Rocky and Clearwater Municipal Collaboration Committee had recently met, and they discussed various agenda items, including the amended and restated Regional Solid Waste Agreement. In regard to that meeting and the Regional Solid Waste Services Agreement review, the following items are highlighted and the respective motions were carried as identified below. Item 5.7 under the agreement review, moved by Mayor Shane Boniface. Be it resolved that the Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee rise and report the Regional Solid Waste Service Agreement review to their respective council for approval. And a follow-up to that item was item 5.7.1 under the same Regional Services Review, moved by the Deputy Mayor Dale Shippelt, was be it resolved that the Rocky Clearwater ICC bring back a discussion on a regional solid waste landfill at a later date. And continuing on, the Regional Waste Services Agreement was in place January 1st, 2021 until December 31st, 2025. And there were mechanisms in the agreement to discuss any potential changes or amendments if required and renew for another 5-year term. That term more specifically is January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2030. The committee recognized that to continue with the original intent of the agreement and to maintain intermunicipal cooperation, where applicable, any potential benefits of shared services and amended and restated agreement should be considered. Administration was asked to provide a draft agreement for the committee's review and provide background information through proposed track changes that were available to the committee. And any additional information, including other relevant agreements, will continue to be part of that amendment, are attached for the council members' information. Those are listed as the closed industrial landfill cells. So there's a cost-sharing agreement that's in place, and that agreement will continue until there's a reclamation certificate, so it could be a number of years. And as well, the closed municipal landfill cost-sharing and liability agreement, and that's the same, January 1st, 2021. Those two agreements will carry on with the solid waste agreement. The net asset distribution agreement, which was some of the language that was in the document. From our understanding, there's been, so it was basically the financial separation and distribution of assets between for the county and town of Rocky Mountain House, and at that time, the village of Caroline. That process went through, so the financials, assets were exchanged, agreements were in place, and that has been satisfied. The one key piece to that net asset agreement also had the the reclamation of the Rocky Eco Center, which at that stage was the discussion. That did not totally occur because of the need for Rocky to go back to a eco center, which was the same facility. County and Rocky, we basically did a phase 2 environmental assessment of that property. It was determined to have a relatively good state and clean. And so some of the changes to the reclamation discussion, and you'll see the highlights in that old agreement, were basically structures and different things that would be left in place. And for them to continue on with the Rocky Eco Center, and then the county now has no further obligation with that facility. In summary, it's council to review and discuss a recommended motion for their review, and if there's any questions and any further discussion on the proposed amendment and restated agreement.
Okay, looking for comments or questions from council members regarding this agenda item. Councillor Cermak.
You said the Eco Center, we were involved in that equally, and you said that there's no liability left for us. We have paid Rocky out, and we are free and clear of that.
That's correct, Councillor Cermak. We did a phase 1 and phase 2 environmental assessment. That was taking place in 2021-22. The results of that indicated that the site in any high-risk areas was clean. So there was soil testing, and at that point in time, there was a decision by the town of Rocky that in their best interest, they had relocated for about 3 or 4 months to a location just across from our emergency services building. They went into that location. From that point, there was a bit of a challenge with room there, so they did engage and go back to the Rocky transfer station, but it was renamed the Rocky Eco Center. But at that time, there was discussions in the net asset distribution, and any agreements that were to go back in, and the financial setting of those assets were scrutinized through metrics and through our both the councils and the administration, and those were satisfied by the parties. So the economic responsibilities are now done for Clearwater County.
Thank you. For the motions that the town of Rocky Mountain House, could you tell me in layman terms exactly what they want?
As far as the agreement and the amendment as we have, so you'll have a what we call red-lined or black-lined agreement. There was a amended and restated agreement. A lot of that language that was taken out was resolving with the Rocky Eco Center and that language. So the new agreement, the new restated agreement, upon ICC discussion and the questions available, is that both councils could rise and report and move that forward to their respective councils for any questions and potentially for approval. The second piece of that was, from what we understood that day, that was moved by Deputy Mayor Shippelt, bring back the discussion of a regional waste landfill. What we got out of that discussion was more so a regional waste agreement that may at a later date, probably towards the end of 2026 in an ICC agreement, was to look at any potential discussions if the Rocky Eco Center could also work as a drop-off location for waste for Clearwater County, much like it was historically, if that was available. So that was kind of the direction as opposed to the landfill. Okay, so what they're basically saying is this agreement open, which it is. Like if the ICC and the councils of the day decide that, you know, they want to have further discussions because there might be more to an agreement that would be in tune with the shared, you know, synergies, if what have you, for a region, then they could, you know, there could be discussions on that, further discussions. So the agreement would allow them to do that, allow our council to do that. But that was some of the synergies, the long-term view of, they've had some, obviously they have a facility in town. Is it utilized to capacity? We don't know that, but there's some of that discussion was, are there synergies, much like anything in a regional setting, that there would be any mutual benefit or mutual reduction of costs, or a better approach is really what it is. And that was tabled, from my understanding, to a future date, to be decided by ICC, basically.
So what would be the advantage for Clearwater County to go back into this agreement when it was chose to get out of it? Is there an advantage for us to go back into it?
If I may, I did see, sorry, Mr. Emmons, I did see that you had your light on and you maybe, I apologize, I didn't get to you sooner.
Thank you, Northcott. I was just going to do my best to summarize for Councillor Cermak. the request for basically a synopsis in layman's terms, what's this agreement? Really, because of the divorce happened, the partnership has dissolved. Public Works went through a lot of work and cleaned up all the asset management, all the division of assets, because that is done and concluded, and removed it out of the agreement, simplifying it down to long-term operation of the two identifiable facilities and the long-term joint liability. And that's what remains out of this agreement. And if I may, you know, when this was brought up at ICC to answer the other part, anytime we can partner and share costs, I think there's great benefit for our ratepayers as a whole. I will say that with the past councils, this division of partnership cost a lot of money. And to open that door and enter back into that level of partnership, I would be cautious. But I do believe in opening it up to a service level would make great sense, because why double the facilities when we could open the door to the town of Rocky as a client?
Instead of a partner, they would be a client through our agreement. I like that idea. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you. Just a quick question. With regards to moving forward with this agreement, is there the possibility of using the existing town waste transfer site that we all know still exists and is still in use as a regional option to avoid having to spend tens of millions of dollars at the North Quarter on a waste transfer site?
Mr. Williams, do you want to respond to that, please? Or do you have information you could provide on that comment or question?
Yeah, there's obviously, I think those are some of the synergies that would, in terms of, this agreement would allow those discussions in the future.
Okay, thank you.
So that would be one that would probably be something to discuss in the future.
So that this agreement is very valuable, is what I'm trying to get at. Like,
Yeah, there's value to it, right? There's value because really what the agreement is trying to do is to say, basically Clearwater County, the town of Rocky, in that agreement, that they work together to have shared interests in terms of costs. And so for instance, someone who's in the county, if they were to use the Rocky Eco Center, would be a comparable cost. If someone from the town of Rocky wanted to use one of our rural transfer stations, which they're able to buy a card, it would be the similar cost to whatever county resident would pay. And more importantly, what the landfill fee would be. The landfill fees are posted. Council provides the bylaw for the posting rates, and that rate would apply in a regional setting to anybody within Clearwater County or our region, which would also include formerly now the Hamlet of Caroline and Burnstick Lake, for instance, and those are posted rates. So this agreement states that in the region, you would pay similar rates at the landfill.
thank you. And if we trust administration to work out those details behind the scenes, but I guess as council, if we could avoid the expenditure and the infrastructure at the North Quarter, then that would be greatly beneficial to the citizens of the county.
Oh yes, it would be something that should be discussed for sure and entertained and see where costs play out for sure. Yeah.
In any possible way. Now, secondly, there is one concern about this current agreement without the additional possibilities. In this agreement, it states that we're co-liable for the old landfill, the old ski hill. Now, that's been buried and gone for longer than probably many of us have been alive. So what possible liability is there?
As far as, this will go back to the.
Is there more to this story?
No, so basically, because it's the, when it was closed, it was in the standard of the day, that was the last landfill that closed. It was during the time of the Alberta Health Authority. And Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House jointly used that facility for a number of years.
So we were previously liable for it anyways?
Right,
Okay,
yes. Yeah,
that's
so
all
we
I
were
need
previously
to know.
liable. So and that part of the post-closure and the long-term agreement, there's still some groundwater requirements to be tested. There's still some things that we manage. And also inspect, every second year, we do inspect the quality of CAP and any other environmental potential risks through our reporting process. And that will continue until we get a reclamation certificate from Alberta Environment.
Oh, yeah, understood, as long as we weren't assuming new liabilities, that's.
Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the Rocky ecosystem, what is that exactly? Excuse me, my layman knowledge here, but I'd just like to know what the Rocky ecosystem is. Is that like a dump or a landfill?
Councillor Letwin, so the Rocky Eco Center is technically the new name of the former Rocky Mountain Transfer Station, the Rocky Transfer Station, which is just located as a transfer station, basically across from the UFA card lock. It's just north of there.
So it's just a name for the
transfer station.
Instead of calling it a transfer station or a landfill or a dump.
Right.
We'll make up words like ecosystem or center, pardon me.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Humphrey, please go ahead.
So can you just clarify, I'm reading this, item 5.7 is Regional Solid Waste Services Agreement Review, and 5.7.1 is Regional Solid Waste Services Agreement Review. So this isn't saying that this is what we're going to do 100%, that we're going to review these. We're reviewing them right today and making a decision, or that's to bring it to the table and review these possibilities that we've been talking about?
Councillor Humphreys, so it was brought to ICC, I would say in September last year. And basically it was to renew an agreement that had language in the original agreement to extend for another 5 years. So in overall, it's the same original agreement. However, at that time, we had some changes, things that transpired over that course of time, namely dealing with the Rocky Eco Center and net asset distribution. We brought the item back to ICC at the start of the month, again, for them to review. And so both could review and make comments. Out of that meeting and discussion, basically a couple items came forth. The first one, 5.7, was in essence that they review and it can rise and report to go to the next council. Yes, when it comes to our council, we can also review at this stage and further discuss at a later date, or we can approve at that portion if this council feels that that's something they want to do. The second piece of it, from my understanding, was that it be resolved that there would be some further discussion, or potential, felt how the county felt, if there was further discussion on the synergies. Is there any future synergies at a later date? One of their questions at the time was, through the recycle process, there's some language in the recycling, what we call the Extended Producer Responsibility Act and the EPA Act, that from my understanding, the town has had discussions that portion may go out to a private contract, okay? As these collectors tend to be more efficient as well. So I think there was some unknowns going into the fall, how much looking at the long term of the Rocky Eco Center and the viability, maybe there was some other questions, is what I would assume. So at that time, it was sometime in the next period, from that discussion was around late 2026, when there was more information available at ICC for the councils, and to maybe have that item come back. Okay, so it wouldn't technically affect the agreement or anything would be not included in the agreement. This agreement isn't a partnership or anything of that nature. It's basically saying that we're working towards some shared interests in terms of a responsibility to keep our the costs, access to certain facilities in kind of what there was a former regional, but is there any future synergies, parts of it that could be a benefit to county residents and town residents?
Right, so thanks for that clarification. So this doesn't tie us to a partnership.
No.
But it does open the door for future discussions with the ICC.
That's
going
correct,
forward.
yeah.
That's perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for the information on this item. So, yeah, this agenda item was only presented to council mid last week when it was published in the agenda. And it was only recently that ICC met on February 2nd. So not that long ago. I'll look to administration. I know that solid waste can be costly, and it is comes with considerable liability obligations. To give council more time for consideration of this agenda item, would it be possible to maybe postpone this agenda item till the March 10th regular council meeting to allow council additional time for consideration of this item? CEO Emmons. I was just,
Oh, yes.
yeah, and,
Sorry, Northcott, absolutely. If council would like more time to consider the amendments, other topics, absolutely, it can be tabled.
yeah, I just wanted to make that point and let council know that there could be another avenue there for consideration. So if council has any additional questions, comments, or motions. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, so this agreement, or service agreement, I guess it would be called, because it's not a partnership, there'd be a benefit for us that we wouldn't have to build another transfer station close by. And the advantage would be for Rocky that they would have cheaper disposal for their solid waste at our facility at whatever our rate is for our residents, or do we charge a different rate for a different municipality to dump into our facility? Is there two different rates or one rate?
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. There's basically, how we determine our rates in Clearwater County is broken down as, one is a regional rate. The regional rate would include the former members of the former Rocky Mountain Solid Waste Authority, which would namely be Town of Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater County, and now that the hamlet of Caroline has been amalgamated into Clearwater County. The regional rates, now for the effective part of this agreement, this is between the Town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County, those rates for access, disposal into the Rocky Eco Center and to any of Clearwater County's rural facilities and landfill, that rate is considered equitable or equal. So in other words, Clearwater County's obligation would not be able to charge a town resident more than a county resident, and vice versa. Okay?
Okay, right at the present time, a rural one just gets it and we pay it through our taxes. how do we get money from the town when we don't receive any of their tax rate?
So to get money from the town, there's two ways they would have to do that. So if someone from the town wanted to access our transfer station, they would buy a solid waste access card. That solid waste access card would be equitable or somewhat comparable to the Rocky Pass that they would offer to a Clearwater County resident. That rate's around $204 a year. Okay, there's language in that, so you would bring, in the case of the transfer station, there's some language on number of bags and large items and different things at the Eco Center. Clearwater County doesn't have that descriptive because we have 10 transfer stations, so we don't really price out individual items, but we also offer the town of Rocky Mountain House, if they want to use our transfer station or our landfill for municipal household waste, they can purchase a card. If they choose not to purchase a card, they can drive up to our landfill. Our landfill will charge based on scaled weight. All right, so the scaled weight on a regional, let's say hypothetically, is $74 a ton. If you brought in 500 kgs, it would be half of that.
Okay.
Right? And so that would be equivalent, so it meets the agreement. That would be equivalent for someone from the town of Rocky or or Clearwater County, if there was a chargeable item. So those would be equal. And the agreement basically wants to, I think the original fear was when Clearwater County owned the landfill, that they wanted similar pricing, because again, Clearwater County in our best interest wouldn't say Rocky Mountain House is paying $20 more a ton, as an example. Right? So basically those rates were standardized for regional, for our partner, for Rocky Mountain House. Okay, so the agreement, there's a lot of discussion on the equitable rates, access to certain facilities. And so there's a flow that the services could be used if conditions are met for each resident would have their respective card, they could get into each other's facility if you were to buy a card from them. Okay?
Do you have any further comments, Councillor Cermak?
Lots to think about.
There is lots to think about, absolutely. Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Just quickly, I lost my thought there. No, the Eco Center. Does the town of Rocky Mountain House pay for dump stations, or like to the county, or is the county responsible for the town of Rocky Mountain House also, with including the hamlets? How does it, like, on a tax basis, or like, I'm trying to get this sorted out in my brain here.
For sure.
Because like for us, we've got the transfer stations, but we're taxpayers. We also drive our garbage to the dump. And I was just wondering if the Eco Center pays the county, or how this works financially.
Great question, Councillor Letwin. So the Rocky Eco Center is totally funded by the town of Rocky Mountain House. That's ultimately their responsibility. So they staff it, they manage the materials that go in there, and so it's effectively in their budget, and their tax base covers those costs. Right. Clearwater County basically has the rural transfer stations that are outside of Rocky, and the Clearwater Regional Landfill falls under that portion of the costs. Right. Yeah.
So then the transfer of the waste from the Eco Center to the Rocky, or the landfill station, is that covered by the town of Rocky Mountain House, or is that covered by the county?
The transfer is covered by the town of Rocky, and the fees at the landfill are covered by the town of Rocky through their contractor. Their contractor would come and he would pay, he has to pay so much per ton based on what they haul in there as far as the Eco Center, and those charges then are billed from our corporate services.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question, Mr. Williams. The passes, or the cards for the waste transfer sites, there's cost roughly $200. is there what process or preventative measures or enforcement measures are in place so that those cards aren't shared amongst multiple residents?
Great question, Councillor Northcott. So we issue cards in our system based on property tax roll for Clearwater County. So we issue 2 cards per household. And if there's a landlord, for instance, the renter has to get permission from the landlord. So there are some steps involved. There's an issuance of a card. We have, our staff are available to, to again politely ask if someone, some of our staff would be at facilities quite often, so they get a fairly good sense of where people are from. So some of that is if we determine that, and cases do happen where there's some challenges that are a photocopy of a card, or the one challenge we do have right now a little bit on occasion is the taking a picture on your phone, those type of things. So we can, we definitely gently ask and make sure that, you know actually who owns the card. It's pretty interesting if someone comes up, they got a card and you don't really know whose it is. It's probably a good indicator that they didn't have permission to use it. So again, those are some of the things we do look for. We do have discussions within our staff just to make sure, again, the whole thing isn't to be over enforceable, but we also want to make sure the benefit of the card was just to ensure that Clearwater residents are not footing the bill for other municipalities. In the past, we had challenges in the Cramond area from Sundre. Their transfer station's quite expensive, $220 a ton. So we do get people, and so we politely, we sometimes have to politely turn them around. But again, we want to make sure that it's for Clearwater County use, and small little day-to-day things can add up in a budget or in a billing. It's amazing with waste. So again, we have to be diligent and yet professional.
Thank you very much for the information on that. Councillor Humphrey.
So I understand if somebody from the town wants to come to the county and use the landfill, and that's buy a card, it's $204, gets you a card to use it. Going the other way, if now somebody from the county wants to come and use, they're going to Rocky, I'll just drop my garbage at the eco center. How does that work? Does the county resident then have to buy a card?
Good question, Councillor Humphrey. Yes, they would buy what you call a Rocky Pass. Okay, the Rocky Pass would be issued, and those cards are similar in cost. And I use the term similar, and why I do is because there's some items that they have in, the term Eco Center was designed more so as a waste diversion, a more recycle driven facility. Mm-hmm. So again, trying to reduce the waste, right? So the term Eco Centers, probably in Alberta is a term of a facility now that would be more focused on that diversion, those type of items. So the town does have a little bit different pricing strategy where, because they have one facility, if it was more than a half of a pickup load, they do direct their customer, could be from the county or from the town of Rocky, that goes to landfill. They do not want to take a certain amount of waste. They're not equipped to handle a certain amount of waste like our transfer stations.
Do they have, and I know the town has a thing where, hey, if you just have a bag of garbage, it's like one garbage bag is, I think it was $3 mm-hmm. the last time I took a bag of garbage from the town mm-hmm. Site to there. Do they have that available for county residents who, maybe it's just something, one day they're going to town and they want to take a bag of garbage. Instead of buying a $200 card, they have a $3 drop off for a bag, or do they still run that kind of scenario? Or is that stuff that's going to come forward with the ICC?
Again, great question, Councillor Humphrey. That is something that long-term could come up again. How it exists today was that if a resident from Clearwater County wants to access the Rocky Eco Center, they would purchase a card for $204.
Okay.
At that point in time, you may come up and there's a 3-bag limit, and there's also what we call large items. So if you brought a chair or a couch, you could have a $10 fee for that on top of your 204. Our county card isn't reciprocating that way. We basically, and this extends to some of our clean communities philosophy, and we want to make sure that residents in Clearwater County have access throughout the year. If you had a couch or a chair, those type of items would be able to come into our rural facilities. Where the town is more restricted, they may give you an opportunity for, if you're a town resident, for about a week in the fall and a week in the spring, to bring your large item into that facility for no cost. If you don't bring it at that time, then there may be subsequent costs as going forward to a Rocky resident. So there's some advantages to, you know, a Clearwater card based on there's probably less items. The rationale with the town, however, they do have, as you're aware, the curbside collection. So the curbside collection right now is a 3-cart system, which is typical in most urban communities. They would have a black cart, which would be your solid waste. You would have a blue cart, which would be your recyclable or EPR. And you would have your green cart, which is your organics. Okay, so based on their collection system, they've determined that if you have excess bags of garbage, you're probably paying over and above your allotment. If you have excess bags, if you're a town of Rocky, and you would have to pay so much, $3 for those bags. If again, it's a sizable load that they can't handle at that facility, they would direct them, that resident, to Clearwater's landfill.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
I'm not sure who was first, Councillor Letwin or Councillor Cermak, but Councillor Letwin, please go ahead.
Yeah, back to, I need a history lesson here. Was it 2021 when the town took over the Eco Center from the county? Because back in the day, we used to run into Rocky and have a bag of garbage, we could just drop it off there. Everything ran smooth, and now we're all convoluted. So what transpired there? Have a history lesson, please.
Well, I can, Councillor Letwin, I can definitely give you the timelines of that. I may, because CAO Emmons was heavily involved as well at that stage, there was a dissolution of the Regional Waste Authority, which was, the members were Caroline, Town of Rocky Mountain House, and Clearwater County. That authority was in place for a number of years, and that basically was dissolved. Just different interests, different collection systems at that stage. Upon that dissolution, the Clearwater County then, as part of these agreements at that stage, were the Rocky Eco Center in town, so the Rocky Transfer Station would now become discretionary use for the town of Rocky, and Clearwater County then at that time would take over the rural transfer stations, which operate in the county anyway, and the regional landfill. So upon that time was the dissolution of that former agreement, former authority. And that was driven by council of the day.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Mine was basically the same. I wanted to get some information on how this come about, and now they want to reinstate something. Maybe I'm talking out of turn here, but did they find out that dealing with solid waste is a little expensive now? And it's costing more than they thought when they did the dilution?
Councillor Cermak, it's a question. It's a good question. I don't really have any information from the town of Rocky Mountain House who would directly indicate there was any particular huge increases in the cost of services or different things. Long term, some of the rationale was potentially increasing costs of capital, costs of long term building cells at landfills, upgrading transfer stations. There was some potential costs, and in a partnership or an authority, there may be shared, costs that could be, that could be challenging later on in an authority. One of the main drivers at the time was, the town of Rocky Mountain House, as an urban collection system, had different, they were gonna go to the 3-cart system. They were gonna go to more of a driven for waste diversion, which, Clearwater County's committed to waste diversion as well. It's just we have a little bit different circumstances in a rural setting, and that's typical in Alberta. So those were some of the drivers at the time that they felt in the best interest at that time was, to maybe just disperse and continue on with your own under your own, I guess, municipality. At that time, we were also in the throngs of aware that Caroline would eventually probably be involved with Clearwater County. So that third member was gonna transition at some point anyway. So those were some of the discussions at the time. As far as any indication, as far as a financial, we don't have that. But again, the long term is depending on how their recycle goes. Is our facilities underutilized? There's always those questions. Those are good questions. And is there other synergies in the future that could potentially be available?
I certainly like the idea of helping out at work. I think our rural status is built on that, especially in the rural. When you're farming, you always help your neighbor. I've dropped stuff that I've been doing just to go and help my neighbor. They're our neighbor. I don't think it should be a financial impact to us. Financially, when you go to help your neighbor, you go there for the free will. It doesn't cost you any more than your time. I'm okay with that, but if it's a financial burden to us, then I definitely want to see this service plan really planned out so that there is no financial impact on Clearwater County. But I do certainly want to help our neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak, for your comments. Council does today, in front of us, we do have at the discretion of council to approve the draft amended and restated Regional Solid Waste Service Agreement as presented. There are only the 3 members of council that sit on ICC. This was only put into the agenda package mid last week, so it's only give the other 4 council members only a few days to review this and consider it. So I'm gonna make the motion that we postpone this agenda item to the March 10th regular council meeting to allow council further consideration of this. So if I'm not seeing any further discussion on the matter, motion is to postpone this till March 10th to allow council further consideration. Seeing no discussion on the motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed.
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much for the information, Mr. Williams. This time we'll take just a short recess till 11:30. Welcome back from a short recess. Moving on in today's agenda, move on to item 6.3.1, under Agriculture and Community Services, Leslieville Cemetery Expansion Capital Projects Grant Funding Agreement. It's on page 150 of the agenda today, and I'll pass the floor over to administration to present this item.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. As Reeve mentioned, this is regarding the Leslieville Cemetery grant funding agreement for the expansion. For some background, the Leslieville Cemetery has been part of the Clearwater County since 1916, when the original parcel of land was donated to the local church. In 1985, the cemetery expanded through an additional land donation from an adjacent property owner. The donated land was transferred to the county, which remains the current landowner. The cemetery is nearing capacity, with current projections indicating that available space will be exhausted within the next 2 to 4 years. Representatives from the cemetery board of Bethel Union Church of Leslieville have had contacted the adjacent landowners who have expressed willingness to sell the 5-acre parcel at the asking price of $220,000. Upon purchase of the land, the intent is for all 3 land parcels that comprise the Leslieville Cemetery will be consolidated, with Clearwater County being the landowner of the Leslieville Cemetery. There was the motion made on December 9th, following the presentation by the Leslieville Cemetery Board by Reeve Northcott, that council direct administration to create a draft funding agreement with the Leslieville Cemetery Committee for future council consideration. And that was carried. Administration has since compiled a draft capital projects grant funding agreement for council's consideration as found attached, where the budget, work plan are laid out, along with reporting requirements, etc. Options that council can consider. One, they can approve the capital projects grant funding agreement with the Bethel Union Church of Leslieville as presented, or council could consider recommending alternative options that they would like to consider for the agreement. And it is attached at the back of the agenda item, the grant funding agreement. We did highlight areas that we thought might be of interest to council, just because it is a little bit lengthy, so we just pointed out a couple spots that we recall being discussed previously. And yeah, I'll pass it back over to the Reeve.
Thank you, Director Newkirk, for presenting this agenda item. And I'd like to open the floor up to council for comments or questions. And I see Deputy Reeve McKay has a comment or question. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Just regarding section C here of the grant agreement, how did we get from 220 to 253 for the purchase of the lands?
That is the assessed value of it. And then the landowners had sent in a letter saying that they would be willing to sell the land for $220,000. So that's what the land is being purchased for.
Oh, okay.
Is $220,000. That's what was approved.
Okay.
Right, and it's valued at 253.
Yes.
Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from council members or a motion? Councillor Humphrey?
Yeah, I would make a motion that we go forward with this. We approve and go forward.
Okay, so Councillor Humphrey makes the motion to approve the capital projects grant funding agreement with the Bethel Union Church of Leslieville as presented.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to item 6.3.2, letter to Federal Agricultural Minister regarding federal funding cuts to the Agricultural and Agri-Food Canada on page 181. And Director Newkirk, I'll invite you to present this item.
Thank you, Reeve. So the council, or the staff recommendation for this is that council consider endorsing the attached letter of concern put forward by the Agricultural Service Board regarding the recent announced closure of the Federal Agriculture Research Centres across Canada. For some background on this, the Clearwater County Agricultural Service Board has requested a letter be written to the Federal Agriculture Minister with endorsement by Clearwater County Reeve and ASB Chair, expressing concern with the recent decision by the federal government to close 3 federal research and development centers and 4 satellite research farms across Canada, including the Research and Development Centre just outside of Lacombe. These long-standing agricultural research stations have served as cornerstones of innovation, scientific advancement, and community identity for more than a century. Their proposed closure would result in the loss of decades of continuous agricultural research and create uncertainty for the agricultural organizations and producer groups that rely on the laboratories, greenhouses, research plots, and technical expertise housed within these centers. These facilities have consistently provided independent, science-based information that supports informed decision-making related to production practices, emerging technologies, crop and livestock management, and long-term sustainability. Canada's agriculture sector operates in a highly competitive global environment with other jurisdictions making robust investments in research partnerships, genetics, climate resilience, and productivity-enhancing technologies. Maintaining and strengthening Canada's competitive position requires sustained regionally relevant research capacity. So the ASB felt they should add their voice along with other organizations who are voicing their concerns to the proposed closure of agriculture research centres and the satellite research farms across Canada, and felt that council support would add some weight and strengthen the letter that they propose putting forward. And I'll pass it back over. And again, I guess for council to consider, they can approve the endorsement of the attached letter regarding the federal funding cuts to Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada with the Reeve signature, or council can recommend alternative options that they would like to see considered.
Thank you very much, Director Newkirk. Deputy Reeve McKay has a question or comment. Please go ahead.
Actually, a motion, Reeve. I would motion that council approve endorsement of the attached letter regarding the federal funding cuts to the Agricultural and Agri-Food Canada with the Reeve signature.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay. Questions, comments, discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favour? That motion is carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Newkirk. Moving on into Corporate Services, 6.4.1 Broadband Project Capital Budget Reallocation on page 186. Good morning, Mr. McDonald.
Good morning. Good morning, Reeve and council. It's a request for decision for the broadband project capital budget reallocation. So I'll go over the background first. During the broadband committee meeting held February 13th, 2026, the following motion was made by Councillor Lauren Humphrey that based on the facts presented throughout today's meeting, that the broadband committee directs administration to complete the broadband project in full as originally planned and adjust the 2026 capital budget accordingly. In recognition of the existing budget approval for January and February 2026 for $2,828,601 with $1,980,021 for capital grant revenue and from capital grant revenue and $848,580 for restricted surplus, that the required budget adjustment has been reduced by these amounts as I outlined in the below table. So, the staff recommendation is that council approves the following 2026 budget adjustment. Increase the budget capital project by $72,109,649 for UBF grant project numbers 0250, 07119, 07121, 07122, 07123, and 99263, and the Rocky East project. Increase grant revenue by $57,477,330. Increased transfer from restricted surplus by $14,632,319. That's the county's portion. There.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDonald, for providing that information. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Before we sentence ourselves to 4 years of financial disparity, has the Broadband Committee considered the additional costs that will have to be borne by the county for the installation of the fiber to the home? The reason I ask this is speaking with AFL, they happened to be at a location that I was at, and they made it quite clear that any costs for hydrovacing or exposing lines or locating lines on customer property will come back to the county. So have those costs been considered? And if so, where will those revenues come from? And if not, why have they not been considered?
They were included in our costs per addition to each home.
How could costs that are completely unknown be considered?
Well, you have to estimate and you use experience.
So, in your experience, what is the additional cost above what the residents have been told that we're paying?
I don't have that exact number with me today. It'll be different for each farm, land, everything.
Yes, some farms could be upwards of $10,000 in hydrovacing.
Absolutely.
And that is something that was definitely not made clear during the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hagan would like to provide some input and some comments. Please go ahead, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. To confirm, the numbers that are before you today in the recommended adjustment do reflect our best estimates of what those costs would be. So these are all inclusive at this point, based on the best information we have to date.
So you're telling this council that all hydrovacing, all locating costs have been considered and are included in this proposal. So we will not be required or asked to approve additional costs.
Mr. Hagan?
As I stated, based on the best information we have today, these are professional estimates. We can't guarantee that the actual costs will not be different from the estimates. This is the best information that we can provide.
And why was this council not provided with those estimates and with the data that was used to create those estimates?
Director Hagan.
I believe the Broadband Committee, ultimately council, has been provided with sufficient appropriate information to make a decision. If additional detail was required or requested, we would have provided that.
Deputy Reeve?
I have nothing left to say.
In the event, I just have a question, sorry. In the event that there's a budget adjustment needed to maybe address those, if those costs were to escalate over and above the estimated costs from administration, what would the scenario be if that budget adjustment, in the event there may be need additional funding, if it was brought back to council and it was not approved in the future, what would be the repercussions of that? Director Hagan.
Essentially, I would anticipate that there would be a contingency plan developed by administration and presented either to the Broadband Committee or directly to council to propose alternate measures in order to stay within budget.
Okay. Councillor Levin.
Well, if we're gonna plow into somebody's property, we'd have to go through ground disturbance procedures and processes. So what does a line locator and assistant cost per hour, plus travel time? And then if we need a hydrovac, what does a hydrovac go for an hour right now? And is that's coming back to the county, or is this misinformation to the subscriber to the broadband, and they're going to get charged for it?
Mr. McDonald?
We have contractual obligations or our numbers in our RFPs that we've put place, so we know the costs. I don't have those with me. We can get them to you.
Well, I'm sure a hydrovac and a swamper is gonna be at least $4.50 an hour these days, and let alone travel time. And it's not gonna take long to eat up $1,000 grace here and $1,000 grace there.
Mhm.
And then if we're putting services in to hamlets that are less than 100 meters off the road, they've got all their internal infrastructure. They're gonna have to be dealt with in proper ground disturbance procedures. That's gonna get very, very expensive for $400 or $399 or whatever.
You manage your, the project.
Pardon me?
You manage it, and you take your time, and you do and you inspect where you can inspect. And you go by the professionalism of AFL on how to install things. They may do it a different method, they may not. They may drill, they may not drill.
Right.
They may
Okay.
hand dig it.
But I appreciate what Deputy Reeve McKay is saying, is where are these additional costs gonna come from? From the ratepayer or from the county?
What we would
And
bring,
the county is the ratepayer.
if it's going over, I'll just say what Mr. Hagan said, is we would bring it to the broadband committee with options, or the council. And let you guys make the decision at the time whether we stay in budget or we go over budget, if need be. If that actually is a fact and it does actually happen.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Humphrey?
So the cost of the hydrovac and the locating and everything has been estimated and worked in, and it's part of the budget. So part of that estimate is to be covered by the grant funding, and part of it, so it's all worked into these numbers. Okay, yeah, so providing it was done hopefully on the high end, then we shouldn't see overruns if it was estimated properly and using a higher fee. Okay, I just want to make sure it was part of our capital budget covered by grant and so that's the 75% and county making up the 25% is already worked into that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just that 75-25, it's actually 63-37 is what we learned at the broadband meeting, is what the numbers actually worked out to. So that was right in the, it was right in the information that we were given. We beat that to death at the broadband meeting. I just want to reiterate to everyone in this room that given our current financial situation and our obligations to required municipal services that we are legislated to uphold and to maintain, going over budget on this project is simply not an option. This project, I will reiterate again, does not have the support of the majority of the community. And it certainly will not ever bear the support of going over budget. So please keep that in mind as we move forward.
Councillor Shermack, go ahead, please.
I'm not sure if I agree with all the statements that's been said, but this last sentence that you have here in the staff recommendation, increased transfer from restricted surplus of 14,632,319. I thought we approved 18 million for all of these that are stated in the first line. Why is that a dropped amount? Did we find some savings somewhere, or what took place?
Ms. Serhan, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. So, the total transfer from restricted surplus for 2026, including what was in budget already in 2026, is 15,480,000. And when the budget documents were put together, it was unknown as to how much would actually be accomplished in 2025. So some of the 18 million has been moved into 2027.
Oh, okay.
So this 15,480,000 is the total for 2026.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Humphrey, please.
I just want to clarify on Councillor Deputy Reid McKay's comments that we've gone over this and gone over it, and by no means are we all yahoo, here we go on it. We've inherited this broadband project, and to not go forward with it has been deemed to be more financially burdensome of a burden than to not go forward with it. And that's why in my opinion, that's why we have to proceed with this, because to not proceed with it is not an option at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. Are there any other further comments, questions, motions? Deputy Reid McKay, go ahead, please.
Just very quickly, I completely understand your point, Councillor Humphrey. And the way I vote today will not be to support this project. It will not be to support the past council administrations that came to this. It will be to support my fellow councillors in this room today and the decision that we have been left with no choice but to support.
You're absolutely correct in so many ways, and we did have legal review. It really is about risk mitigation and grant obligations of this project, hoping for the success of municipal projects. But in so many ways, this is about risk mitigation, but also hoping for future success, as this is largest capital project undertaken by Clearwater County. Was there possibility for other priorities that it could have used those funding dollars, as we do have many pieces of infrastructure throughout the region that are aged and dated, but here we are today, so I'd be looking for a motion at this time. Councillor Humphrey.
I would make a motion that we approve the budget adjustments as presented.
Is that motion adequate for administration? Ms. Serhan.
If it pleases council, we will add the numbers into the motion for you as set out in the recommendation, just due to audit reasons. The auditor will need to know what those adjustments are. It's perfectly fine as long as council agrees that those numbers will be what is stated in the staff recommendation.
I will restate the motion before we vote. So the motion on the floor is that council approves the following 2026 budget adjustment with an increase to the broadband capital project budget by $72,109,649 for the UBF grant project numbers 03250, 07119, 07121, 07122, 07123, 99263, and the Rocky East project. Increased grant revenue by $57,477,330, and increased transfer from restricted surplus by $14,632,319. That is the motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. At this time, we will take a recess till 12:40. Welcome back from our recess. Moving on in today's agenda to item 6.4.2, carry forwards from 2025, on page 188. And I'll pass the floor over to administration to present this item. Ms. Sirhan, please.
Good afternoon, Council. Before you is kind of a cleanup item, so from carry forwards from 2025 into 2026, and one item that's just categorizing what was budgeted as a capital or as an operating item into a capital item. So the Leslieville Cemetery land purchase was budgeted under operating with the anticipation of the Community Association retaining ownership due to the fact that Clearwater County will be retaining ownership of those cemetery lands. It has to be budgeted under the capital budget. So there's an adjustment there just of the budgeted amount of $253 from operating into capital. Information technology was hopeful that their capital purchases would be fulfilled by the end of December. However, that wasn't the case, and they're requesting that capital purchases increase by $70,000 for the purchase of firewall and network switches that are transferred from restricted surplus for $70,000. 2025 work plan for the mine site restoration project was not completed in 2025. So not only, the project isn't completed because it was budgeted over several years, but the 2025 portion also was not completed, and they're asking that $200,000 of that work plan that wasn't completed in 2025 be added to their 2026 work plan. The main building elevator project, which was good timing, the guys showed up today, I think, so you would see their truck out there this morning, wasn't completed in 2025. And the facilities is requesting $13,000 be carried forward into 2026 to finish up this project. And the other significant budget adjustment is that we received the WCB rate, which is increased by a rate of $1 to a rate of $2.25 per $1,000 of employment. So that increased the overall budget for that item by $195,000. So we're asking for that to come from contingency and be moved to the WCB premiums line in 2026. Happy to answer any questions for any of those items.
Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Just with regards to the final one there with the WCB rate increase, could you elaborate as to what caused that substantial increase?
WCB sets rates based on historical claims and also the amalgamation of the two municipalities. So the rating for the other municipality was higher than the rating for Clearwater County. And I don't know what all formula they used to come up with the new rate, but those were the two items that they noted in the letter.
Well, it's based on the number of employees versus the amount of claims, just like you said. But from the other municipality, we only inherited 3 employees?
Yes.
And they were all office staff?
5, no, there's 3 public works staff and 2 office staff that were inherited. And I don't know how big of a role that played in the rate adjustment, but it was one of the items noted in the letter.
Okay, just from a WCB perspective, to get that much of an increase, there had to be some sort of severe incident or massive amount of claims, right?
Yeah, the claims fluctuate from year to year, and our rate has seen a significant increase maybe one other time about 10 years ago, and then it did subsequently fall again. So I'm not sure what the claims were, but there must have been several, is my understanding.
Is there anyone else in administration that could elaborate on that? Because this is significant.
Mr. CAO Emmons, please go ahead.
Thank you. So, given the human rights issue and under human resources, I really can't elaborate, because it is protected information. But there were a few incidences that did result in lost time. One of them resulted in retraining, which added significant staff costs to our WCB claim.
So moving forward, are we taking measures to try to mitigate these costs then? Like, it doesn't seem like this is a cost we can continue to bear on a move forward basis.
Mr. Emmons, please go ahead.
Thank you. Absolutely. It's actually an integral part of our health and safety program is to work accommodate and look at other means outside of, and honestly, for the health of the employee as well. It's better to go to work in any capacity if humanly possible. But legislation also dictates that it has to be meaningful work. It has to. So absolutely, we have programs in place.
Okay.
Are there any other comments or questions from council members or motions? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve McKay.
Just for clarity, because this is all new, right? What would happen if we didn't approve that funding? Like, where would that money then come from?
That would be budget, and that amount would have to be paid because we are legally obligated to pay it. It's to align the budget to the actual spending.
Interesting. So we're being asked to pay something we have no choice but to pay.
As is.
This is a familiar trend around here.
As is lots of the items in the budget document that council sees before it every year.
Director Hagan, go ahead, please.
And if I may add as well, the recommendation is that this be funded by a transfer from contingency. And this is an excellent example of why councils have approved a contingency amount in every operating budget. Certainly in the time I've been with Clearwater County. It's for those unforeseen circumstances that may come along and have a source of funding to cover those type of things. So I think this is a good example of that. 500,000 was approved. This is well within that, so there's still money in a contingency going forward.
Thank you for the clarification, Director Hagan. Councillor Letwin.
More clarification, if we've had these surpluses and we're moving them forward into the following year's budget, why do we have to take the same amount out of strategic surplus accounts to match those funds?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. So at the end of 2025, those funds, as directed by these motions, will go into a specific restricted surplus fund for the carry forward. So it's just a timing issue so that we don't have to re-tax for these costs. So that those funds go into a restricted surplus that's called work in progress. And then those funds are then withdrawn in the following year to fund those.
Put it in and then take it out?
Yeah, put it
Okay.
in 2025.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah,
Yeah,
take
you
it
bet.
out in 2026.
Any further questions, comments, or motions by council? So there would be 5 budget adjustments required here today, so I'll make a motion for the first one that council decrease operating expenses by $253,000 and increases capital expenditures by $250,000 for the Leicesteville Cemetery land purchase. Ms. Serhan, go ahead.
Yes, and it would also increase the transfers to restricted surplus through operations because your operating expenses are then decreased by that amount, so you have that surplus available to transfer to restricted surplus and have that money to transfer from restricted surplus for the capital amount. So there's 2 portions to this motion would be to increase capital expenditures by $253,000 And then it does sound redundant, but there is an increase to restricted surplus through the 2026 operating and a decrease through the 2026 capital.
So to add on to that motion, so additionally, the transfers to restricted surplus from operating will increase by 253,000, and the expenditure will be funded by increasing the transfers from restricted surplus. Okay. Discussion on the motion that's on the floor? Comments? Seeing none? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Information technology. Item here. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Sure, I'll take this one. I have a motion that we increase the capital purchases by 70,000 for the purchase of the firewall network switches, and also increase transfers from restricted surplus by 70,000.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Discussion, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is passed. The 2025 work plan for the mine site restoration project. Councillor Cermak.
Sure. The 2025 work plan for the mine site restoration project was not completed in 2025, and here it is asking that this amount be added to the 2026 work plan. Again, this would be an increase in the heritage budget by 200,000 and an increase from restricted surplus by the same amount.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak to increase the heritage budget by $200,000 and increase from restricted surplus by the same amount. That's the motion on the floor. Seeing no questions or comments, call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Main building elevator project. Discussion or a motion on this item. Councillor Humphrey.
I'll make a motion that we transfer $13,000 be carried forward into 2026 from the elevator project, and this would increase our capital expenditures by 13,000, and transfers from restricted surplus increased by the same amount.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor Humphrey to increase capital expenditures by 13,000 in 2026 and transfers from restricted surplus increased by the same for the main building elevator project. Questions, comments, discussion on the motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. WCB rates. Comments, questions? Councillor McCauley, please.
I'll make the motion that council increase the budget by 195,000 and decrease contingency by 195,000 for the WCB premium increase.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor from Councillor McCauley regarding WCB. Is there any clarity that's needed on that motion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed.
Thank you very much.
Moving into reports. We've already went through and reviewed CAO report. So item 7.2, capital project status update report from February of 2026. It is on page 191. We'd be looking for discussion, comments or questions, or a motion to accept this as information. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. I will motion to accept this report as information.
Okay. Okay, are there any questions on the motion? Seeing none. Motion is to accept the capital project status update report for information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. 7.3, councillor remuneration report. Comments, questions, or a motion to accept councillor remuneration reports as information. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
I'll make a motion to accept council remuneration reports as presented.
Thanks for the motion, Councillor Humphrey. Motion is to accept the councillor remuneration reports as information. Seeing no discussion or comments, I will call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Item 7.4, Rocky Mountain House RCMP 2025 to 2026 Q3 report. Comments, questions, or motion? Councillor McCully.
I have questions on these reports. Is the only time we get to interact with RCMP at RMA or AB Munis, is that the only time we actually sit down and talk to them? They don't come and present any of this stuff to us at all?
They have presented in the past too, Council, but I'll let Mr. Emmons speak to this.
Thank you. So pretty much with our local surrounding detachments, it's a standing availability request.
Okay.
If council would like to talk with the staff sergeants of Rocky, Rimbey, Sundre, an invite would be extended out. They're always willing. They do make a point of at least once a year coming before this council regardless. And it's typically in conjunction with our CPOs and that report as well. And do an overall presentation and an overview for council at that time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thanks. I do have a question regarding a similar train of thought there. Has there not been a desire in the past to have some sort of committee that would meet regularly with the local RCMP and this council? Or is that something that we can initiate?
Go ahead, Mr. Emmons, please.
But not with Rocky Mountain House, though.
Thank you. So absolutely. That's actually been a provincial rural push. Since the province of Alberta has downloaded enforcement funding under rural Alberta, unlike the urbans, we have no voice at the table. The urbans have a committee and a contract directly with the RCMP, and they actually have input into the local items and the issues at hand. We have an invoice, we have no voice. So it has been the push by every council from rural municipalities through the RMA to get that committee established. Like I said, in our area, we're quite fortunate. The detachment commanders, the staff sergeant, this report was submitted by Staff Sergeant Lisk. Amazing lady, very open to always sit in front of council and have the conversation regardless of the committee. But on the global scale, still the push for rural councils to have those committees established.
Okay, so what can we do as council? Can we request that administration request to create a committee? Or, because the reason I'm bringing this up is there's been desire from members of the detachment in this area that they have visits or a committee or some sort of interaction with members of this council. And to the best of their knowledge, right now, there's no way to do that.
And they're correct. Unfortunately, without the establishment of a recognized committee, there's no body. Like I was saying, like for an example, the town of Rocky Mountain House has a contract with the RCMP.
Right.
So with that invoice and that contract relationship, there's a committee automatically established and they have a voice at the table to interact at. Clearwater County as a rural municipality doesn't have that avenue available. At this time, again, because we have great individuals like Staff Sergeant Lisk, she would come before council at council's request, hear the issues and take them back. But it's the importance of continuing with that lobby at an RMA level to get the province to really come forward with a follow-up to just an invoice.
Understood. But to locally create a committee, is that a possibility or no? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but do we not have one with Rimbey? Or is it Sundre? One of them we do.
It would only be a community group. Like there's nothing, because we don't have an agreement with our RCMP, the requisition comes from the province. It would be more of an advisory, it wouldn't be to the same equitable level as our urban neighbors.
Okay.
Do you have further comments at this time? I think you do, Mr. Councillor, or Deputy Reeve McKay, but Councillor Humphrey has some comments he'd like to provide.
So is this a good time to suggest that we bring this as a resolution at spring RMA?
CAO Emmons?
Thank you, and great point. Been done. That resolution is before the province, gone through the RMA. Absolutely a great topic to bring back if we get to sit in front of the local RCMP detachment again, to reiterate the importance of that relationship. But that paperwork, that legwork has been started in process.
Okay, so it's already in the works, just a matter of when we get that opportunity. Thank you, CAO Emmons.
You're welcome.
Seeing any other further comments, questions, or motions from council members at this time? Councillor McCauley.
I'll make the motion that we approve the Rocky Mountain House RCMP 2025 to 2026 Q3 report as information.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor McCauley to accept the RCMP Q3 report for information. Seeing no more further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is passed. Moving on to the item 7.5, Rocky Mountain House RCMP provincial crime statistics for January 26. Comments or questions or a motion? Deputy Reeve McKay.
I would motion to accept the Rocky Mountain House RCMP provincial crime stats for January 26 as information.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay to accept the Rocky Mountain House RCMP provincial crime statistics for January 2026 as information. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to item 7.6, the Sundry RCMP 2025-2026 Q3 report. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Oh, sorry. Sure, I'll make the motion again.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay to accept the Sundry RCMP 2025 to 2026 Q3 report as information. Questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Moving on to item 7.7, Conference Board of Canada Economic Impact of Tourism in Central Alberta. Discussion on this item or motion, questions or comments? Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Was this study, or what is the proper terminology for this document? Impact study, I guess. Was this something requested by administration, or is this just something that an independent group created and presented to us?
CAO Emmons, go ahead, please.
Thank you. The latter, Deputy Reeve.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have a couple of comments I'll make on this one. It's from the Conference Board of Canada. What I do see is sometimes there's statistics provided, for instance, with Statistics Canada. They indicate that Clearwater County has a population density of 0.6 people per square kilometer. So the reason that this is relevant is because a lot of the information that's presented in here is based on statistics, but I think sometimes the statistics can be misleading or inaccurate. So Statistics Canada would show that Clearwater County consists of 0.6 people per square kilometer, but that encompasses the entire municipality of all encompassing Crown land, where really in fact the population density of Clearwater County is roughly close to 5.5 people per square kilometer. So it's much different. The statistics and the actuals could be misleading. It's another similar scenario related to statistics is the school utilization rate for Caroline, as we've seen at the Wild Rose School Division meeting. It can be presented that Caroline School is, statistically 65% utilization rate. So it would appear that the school is just a little bit over 50% utilized, which would give the, on paper, the illusion that the school is very underutilized and a low level of student occupancy, but that is not the fact. It's the school utilization formula is flawed and is based on the envelope of the school, not the number of children in the classrooms. So I believe the utilization rate at this Caroline School is in the 90th percentile, so much different than the advertised 65% utilization rate. So when I see reports like this from the Conference Board of Canada, it definitely looks like roses and rainbows, but the information that was used to develop this report was left up to interpretation and may be inaccurate in some ways. Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, well, what I find really strange is, like same-day visits in Canada, there was 4,199,154. But in Alberta, we had 3,833,648. BC only got 195,000 visits in one day. And the overnight stays, the numbers are all based, Alberta's just below Canada, so these statistics don't make any money, or any sense to me, pardon me, sense, right? And all of them are like that, where Alberta is just behind Canada as a whole, and the other numbers for the provinces they're non-existent just about. Doesn't make sense, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Letwin. Councillor McCauley.
Yeah, just on the source of the stats, it's kind of interesting, but it looks like they're from all over. The Conference Board of Canada, Environics, Analytics, and then Moneris. So they don't even use StatsCan numbers. This is all, it doesn't really explain well, I guess.
Okay. Is there any further discussion or motion to either accept this as information or not? Could be at the discretion of council. Deputy Reeve McKay.
So if this wasn't requested, this obviously cost a significant amount of money and time and resources to create this study. So who presented it to council? Like, who is the Conference Board of Canada?
CAO Evans.
Thank you. From administration's perspective, Deputy Reeve, this is correspondence that was sent that we are providing in council's agenda package for information.
Okay. I mean, I know we can't make a negative motion.
You can vote in favor of either to approve or
can we motion to not accept this as information?
No, the proper motion the motions will be in the positive, and then you get to vote accordingly, whether you're in favor or opposed. So the motions will be made in the positive.
Right.
So we.
You can make no motion, and then it's just noted that it was reviewed.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Perfect.
Moving on to item 7.8. Verbal council reports, and we'll start with Ward 1 Councillor, Ms. Powell.
Okay, thank you. I was with all of you guys at the Broadband Committee meeting. I also went to the North Saskatchewan Rec Board meeting. I was at the MPC strategic planning with all of you guys. I'm not going to talk much because I don't want to cough. But just a reminder for anybody that's listening, you guys, if you do have questions or there's confusion or you want clarity, make sure you guys reach out to all your counselors. We're all willing to answer the phone.
Are there any comments or questions for Councillor Powell before we move on to Councillor Letwin? Seeing none, go ahead, Councillor Letwin, please.
Yeah, I was at the North Saskatchewan Rec Board also, where we gave out 3 different grants to 3 different nonprofit organizations. Visited with a lot of neighbors, one thing and another. Last Tuesday, went to the Withrow Church and had a meeting with the community there. There was a lot of misconfusion over broadband, and the fact that they were told that they were going to be getting broadband because of a salesman going around trying to sell it to them. So whether that was a legit county salesman or maybe a fraudster, who knows? But, so there was that, and then, just, questions from residents in Condor, regarding all the street repairs that they've had there, and one thing and another, like it's been landscaped and, fresh asphalt put down everywhere and that. And one of the big questions was, has the broadband been put in yet, or are they gonna go into Condor and tear this, everything, the landscaping back up again, putting new broadband wires in? So, that's not part of it? No. So anyways, there was that, and then, got a private invitation to go out to Nordig for part-time residents there, and they would like to take us on a tour and, show us Nordig from the residents' point of view, and what they want and what they don't want. And so, looking forward to spring, get out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Letwin. Are there any comments or questions from council to Councillor Letwin? Oh, Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yeah, that sounds very interesting, and I especially like your, the last point where I think it's really important for this council to get out to Nordig, but I think it's important we go up there when there is no snow on the ground, because otherwise we're not gonna see anything, so I know it's on everybody's radar to go there, and it's probably not gonna be that long till we'll be able to, hopefully within the next couple of months.
Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Since the last meeting, there's been a bit attended FCSS last Wednesday. I guess I'd just like to make note of how valuable that committee is and how much I've learned there, how much they do for the area. But there has been some changes in the way that the provincial government wants them to allocate their funding. So if anybody listening is a group that could be helped by that organization, there is some funding left there and we don't want to leave any on the table. Of course, the broadband meeting, I don't care to speak to that. Yeah. A lot of questions about broadband. A meeting with AFL that was quite interesting. That was brought up earlier in this meeting regarding costs that they may incur. And the strategic planning meeting yesterday. I guess that's about it.
Good, thank you for your report. Any comments or questions from council members for Deputy Reeve McKay? Seeing none, I'll move on to Councillor McCauley.
I don't actually have too much for the last week since last council meeting. Last week we were at a emerging trends in municipal law, and for lawyers talking, I actually thought it was worthwhile. I did enjoy some of the topics. They did a good job of making them sort of local. The ideas of what they were talking about was local issues, and they did a good job of making you think. So. Yeah, that's really all I got up to for the last week and a bit.
Thank you, Councillor McCauley. Any questions for Councillor McCauley? Seeing none, Councillor Cermak.
Sure, okay. After our council meeting, we had a senior housing meeting on the 11th. It was a very interesting one. We had some stuff brought forward on senior housing in Caroline, Leslieville, Rocky, and Nordig. And it sounds like the Rocky Council is having a meeting with David Williams, who is an underling to our MLA, Jason Nixon. Do not know when that meeting is going to take place. Our senior housing manager knew nothing about it. So it's all kind of up in the arm. We're not sure what's taking place and what's happening there. And then I drove to Edmonton that same day, and we had the emerging trends and muni law. That was very interesting. they had about 3/4 of the day was on fraud and bribery within counties. The most frequently fraud is with credit cards. They found lots of personal credit cards being paid by the county. It was kind of unique how the people had the county's address and everything, that their personal bills went to them and they got paid. It was rather alarming. Payroll was another one where they said there was lots. Bribery was lots. Kickbacks on contracts with higher officials. I was really glad to hear that when we pay a bill that comes into this county, it's got to go through a minimum of about 5 hands before it's approved and paid. The person that issues to take it out to tender isn't the same person that looks after it to the end. It changes hands, and they have a really robust system of checking for that, which I thought was really good, and it was even addressed at the meeting. Not in the meeting itself, but I talked to one of the lawyers after, and she knew how the Clearwater County worked. Actually, she's our lawyer, and she was really impressed with how this council, or how our administration looks after our finances. So I found that really interesting. And another thing that we talked about the last half of that day in that meeting was about data centers. And they said in there, the person that should be doing it is our, I can't remember what Jeff's official title is. Economic development? It is. Pardon? Yeah. They're the ones that should be asking about the data centers, trying to get information out there. And then in return, when the data centers get going, then they have to have their own power source. So then the data center looks after the power source, because that's all ran by the AUC, which I found really interesting. And broadband, I'm not going to talk a lot about that. That was on Friday the 13th, which was a lucky day. Well, a lot of people, I've known people that won't even get out of bed that day. It's just another day to me. And broadband, for all the grants that we got, is going to go ahead and we hope to be able to meet the deadlines of getting all of those people. I think it's about 61% of the county hooked up by 2027. I think that's the deadline there. And other than that, I went and seen a doctor about my eyes, and I go on surgery again in June. So that's it.
Are there any comments or questions for Councillor Cermak for his councillor report?
If anybody ever wants to, and they get a chance to go to one of those law ones that me and Councillor McConnell went to, and I think Lauren went there too, found it very, very interesting from their point of view. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, excellent, thank you very much.
They give some great cases. Yeah.
Thank you for the report, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah.
Councillor Humphrey.
Thank you. Yeah, everybody's talked about everything I want to talk about, so I'll just go backwards on it. And that municipal law was really, really interesting, as was mentioned by Councillor McCauley and Councillor Cermak. I do want to say that when they say there is this fraud out there and they've seen it, it's not happening in Clearwater County. So they said that as Councillor Cermak was mentioning, Clearwater County has some really good policies in place to really cut down on the fraud that can happen. So as far as Clearwater County is concerned, and as far as I'm concerned, we're very proactive and on that front, which should be good for all of the county to hear. That's the position we're already in. So our administration has got all the proper safeguards in place to try and prevent that, because it happens in every business out there. There's always fraudsters that are willing to try and take advantage of you. Just check your phone if you don't know what I'm talking about, because somebody's always trying to call you or email you or text you some kind of fraud. So yeah, that course was really good. Again, there was 3 of us were managed to fit it into our schedule and make it up there. We had our broadband meeting, which we've been going round and round on and talked quite a bit. It's going forward. Also, I think since our last council meeting, right after our last council meeting, we had a meeting at the Wildrose School Division. And that was another really good meeting as well. So, lots of positive stuff come out of it, and especially on the safety. And you know, it is our children that are out there that are riding the buses, and so I would like to take this opportunity for everybody to remember the school buses are out there daily, and when those lights are flashing, you should be preparing to stop. The orange lights flash, the red lights flash, you gotta stop for those. Those are our kids that are out there. We're going to be trying to address that situation because there's people that aren't stopping. Yeah, and we had our strategic planning committee meeting, and we've been busy. I know I've been flat out like the rest of council. That's it from me. I'm gonna sign off.
Thank you, Councillor Humphrey, for your report. Are there any questions for Councillor Humphrey? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Cermak, please.
Do you recall in that, I wished I would have mentioned the Rocky School Division. Do you remember what the statistics was on how many buses are passed every day with their red lights flashing? And that maybe we should get something going with the RMA?
I don't know if I took a number down, but
They had a number, didn't they?
Daily.
Per day?
I don't know.
Yeah, in Alberta alone. That number was shocking to me, and I thought I wrote it down, but I didn't.
I think I had it on another piece of paper.
I don't know if there were statistics provided there at that meeting. I know Deputy Reeve McKay did bring that up.
Yeah.
And
They did talk about a number. It was astronomical, the number that, because they call them drive-bys.
Okay.
And there was a number for drive-bys daily. It was astronomical. I thought it was over 100 per day in the province. I think.
Yes. It was shocking.
Yeah.
And I think as a council, we need to do something about that. We gotta protect our kids.
Yeah, it really
There's happening right in our county that it happens. And I think that was one of the things they said, it happens daily in Wild Rose School Division. So which isn't just our county, but it's Wild Rose School Division is up in Drayton Valley in that area as well. But they said daily there's drive-bys, and that's appalling that people would be, that many would be driving by school buses with their lights flashing. There's a stop sign that comes out. I mean, they got an arm that goes down, and it's a big yellow bus. How do you miss it? It's annoying. Okay, I said I was done, now I'll be done more.
You're done. Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Oh, yeah, one of the biggest areas that they said were, problem areas was actually on Highway 11. And, the buses would be pulled over in that, and that one lady just about got ran over in her own approach when the vehicle swerved and missed the bus and went down in the ditch, and thank goodness the kids were in the bus, and she was up the laneway far enough that the vehicle hit the approach and flew over it, and away they went. But, it's definitely a serious concern. And I think what they were looking for at the moment, other than support from the police and the county, whatever, is cameras, video cameras to try and get license plate numbers, description of the vehicles, and then let the authorities take care of business, hopefully. But and they also said too, the fine for passing a school bus with the lights on is only $420 maximum. It's not enough. We need to get some claws. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for the good comment, good discussions. I did move on to my report. And on that topic with the Wildrose School Division, regarding school bus safety, Minister Nixon and myself, we did have a meeting. We discussed quite a few things, and one of them was school bus safety. Minister Nixon did say that he'll be meeting, he'll bring it up with Cabinet, and he'll also be having a discussion with Minister of Transportation regarding school bus safety in that manner, regarding flybys. Yeah, so in the future, we'll get to see where that discussion takes place, but I think that's just one effort. Council can continue to continue advocacy efforts to really get stricter and more aggressive penalties, hopefully in play maybe sometime in the future. Did attend a FCSS meeting with Deputy Reeve McKay as well, and it was another item that I had a discussion with Minister Nixon was really the accountability framework that was regarding duplication of services for applications that apply to FCSS for funding. If it's considered a duplication, then it's really difficult to get funding there, but we did have that discussion about the accountability framework. We also discussed at the Wildrose School Division meeting the school utilization formula that's currently used by the government of Alberta to calculate the utilization rate on the schools. I think I also brought that up with Minister Nixon. It was news to him, but he's going to have staff members review that formula and get additional information back to us on that. We also brought up the item of gopher control at the Caroline School Grounds. I know that they've applied for the CFIP grant, and they're trying to upgrade and improve the school grounds at Caroline School, but gophers, also known as Richardson ground squirrel, are a problem there. I also had a Westview Lodge with the Rocky Seniors Housing Council. Attended that with Councillor Cermak. We had a Municipal Planning Commission meeting. The roads were very treacherous that day, so we did, there was tours were cancelled that day due to safety concerns on the road. CAPE, so the Central Alberta Economic Partnership, they have a Rural Economic Development course, March 30th at Sylvan Lake. Would there be a motion if council members, I am currently the council member that sits on CAPE, but if the rest of council would like to attend that, there's an invitation to council. Would there be a motion required for authorization and attendance? Seeing head nods from administration, so if I will make the motion that to authorize councillor attendance and remuneration to attend the Rural Economic Development event on behalf of CAPE at Sylvan Lake on March 30th. Is there any clarity or discussion on the motion that I've just made? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. There's so many other things that I attended, but they were all in similar nature, and they've already been mentioned by fellow councillors with the Broadband Committee and strategic planning and so on. So at this time, it will conclude my council report. Ms. Thompson.
Reeve, did you want a motion about moving the Strategic Planning Committee meeting in April back to the 13th?
Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. And I did that I've been sitting here and I know that there's one thing that I was missing, and yes, so thank you very much for the reminder of that, to move the strategic planning meeting to, it would be April 13th. And it was currently scheduled. Yeah, it's currently scheduled for April the 27th. So I'll make a motion to move the April 27th strategic planning meeting to April 13th. Any clarification? Seeing no discussion, questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Thank you, Jana, for the reminder on that item. So at this time, does anybody have any questions for myself? If not, I'll be looking for.
How did your meeting go with Mr. Nixon? Was
You know,
he forthcoming with lots of information for you?
Yeah, it was a really good conversation both ways. There was one other thing that we did discuss, and it's been highlighted in the public, the Saunders, Lexo, and the Whitecoat Node area structure plans. We do have that partnership with the province and the municipality, so I did have that discussion. And after public engagement is complete, the government of Alberta and Minister Nixon did indicate that they're very willing to work with Clearwater County in the future after the public engagement sessions take place to support Clearwater County with whichever direction council wishes to go based on that community feedback. We had a roughly 2.5 hour discussion about many topics. It was good discussion that took place.
Did he mention anything about the senior housing for the regional area?
We ran out of time.
Oh.
But yeah, the conversation, there was, could have used more time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd ask.
Absolutely. It was on my list of items to have that discussion with, but time just there wasn't enough of it.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to me.
Absolutely. No, I think those relations are very important.
Yep.
To benefit the community and the residents. Looking for a motion at this time to accept the councillor reports as information. Councillor McCulley, you'll make that motion. Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor McCulley to accept the verbal councillor reports for information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Moving on to correspondence, email. National Police Federation Contract Policing Commitment, page 316. Is there any discussion on this item? Comments, questions, or a motion to accept it as information? Okay, Councillor Cermak makes a motion to accept the email from the National Police Federation Contract Policing Commitment as information. Councillor McCulley, go ahead, please.
Are we missing something on this? It says, please see the statement, but I don't see a statement.
It's an echo link if you click on it. Thanks.
Oh, you gotta okay, never mind.
No, there's a.
It took me a bit to go.
On the written one, I only have page 16, not 17.
You have to click the link.
Oh.
Okay, so we have.
I love.
We have a motion on the floor to accept the National Police Federation Contract Policing Commitment as information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is passed. Notices of motion. Are there any items? I'm not aware of any notices of motion that have come forward, but I'm seeing no interest or any notices of motion from council members at this time. So moving on to item 10, which is closed session. I'll be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor McCulley makes a motion to go into closed session. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's passed. Welcome back from our closed session. Related to our closed session items, we'll have one motion coming out of that. Councillor McCulley.
I'll make the motion that council approves the hire of Davies Consulting Group to facilitate the council's recruitment of a chief administrative officer for Clearwater County.
Thank you for the motion, Councillor McCulley. Seeing no discussion or comments, questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Moving on to item 11, which is adjournment. Councillor Powell, you're indicating you'd like to make the motion for adjournment? Okay, Councillor Powell makes a motion for adjournment. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Have a good afternoon, everyone.